Hello, we're here again, and this is episode 34. 34. Crikey.
Oh,
Blooming heck. Anyhow, as usual, welcome to Delboy, and thank you so much. As every week, you've come on and are brilliant. Thank you so much for coming on. Really
oh no,
enjoy it.
it's the
Yeah,
thing I look forward to. I mentioned it in the blog. I just go Wednesday. What a
yeah,
fantastic time. It's halfway through the week. Everybody looks outside their window and finds just how dull it looks. And we go, right, let's
yeah.
see if we can brighten the world up a little bit.
It's proper winter today, isn't it? So, um, I'll do what I can always do. What have you been watching this week?
Wow. My day yesterday was terrible, just to let everybody know. I went to sleep for some unknown reason at 4 o'clock and woke up at 9.
Oh, God.
I must have been tired. So I spoke to my mum and I said, why didn't you wake me up? She said, well, you were asleep, didn't want to disturb you. I said, no, you got to do that. Half my day's gone. I said, I'm going to go to bed now. So I went to bed at 10 and I had as much sleep as I could last night. And I was watching, I'll tell you what I was watching. I was watching the War Games, Doctor Who.
Oh, yeah.
It's 10 episodes long. And I thought, look, if I can't sleep, at least I'm watching something that's long. And
Yeah. They're releasing this shortened, colorized version, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which sounds a bit of a
Before I go on a rant, what's your
gimmick.
thought?
It's a
What's your
gimmick,
thought?
isn't it? Make some money for suckers who'll buy anything.
It's a gimmick, but what do you think about what they're doing? What's your thoughts on shortening, colouring?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't.
Okay.
Do you? I
Well,
don't mind.
The thing about it is that he's got his get out of jail card, and he turns around and he says, "I'm doing it for a modern audience." And he also says, "I'm not taking anything away because the 10 episode version is still there." Right? But I look at it and I go, yeah, but you've shortened a 10 episode, 22-minute per episode program. That's so if you do 10 times 22, it's 220 minutes, right? Down to 90. That's a step too far. Even when you shorten down a 6 episode Dalek episode to 90 minutes, I was shocked.
Yeah.
But the longest episode that they've ever done, and longest story they've ever done, down to 90 minutes.
I know.
I just go, it ain't gonna make sense. It's not gonna make sense. Colorization, I'm not really that bothered. They did it with Laurel and Hardy, but Laurel and Hardy's colorization was done in the infancy where we didn't know what we were doing.
It wasn't very good.
Technology's moved on a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
If this gets people to watch Patrick Troughton, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, right? But the trouble is, they're going to watch the colorized one, and then they're going to go back and say, "I'm going to watch more Patrick Troughton," and find they're all black and white, and go, "Oh, I'm watching this."
Yeah.
So what have you won? So yeah, then you have to look at it. What's the other reason for it? Money. Yeah. Money. Let's get the greed. You're going to have this out on a steel book. All of that sort of stuff. And I'm just going, yeah, you've got my money because it's a steel book, you bastards. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
But no other bloody reason for it other than that. So that's my little rant. 90 minutes is a step too far. It's just if that had have said it was 2 hours, I'd have still gone, well, you've cut something down. We all know that it's the one episode that's padded to the hilt. It is padded. Yeah. But it's not padded to the point where there was something not important in each episode.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They had to go back to find out that there were Romans coming after them. They had to go back. There's lots of this, we had to go back.
Yeah.
And that's what they say. Oh, it's all the long shots of trucks coming down the hill and all of this sort of stuff. And it takes 2 minutes for it to stop. And they get out the car.
For me, I'm really, because there isn't much Patrick Troughton relatively, it's really good to actually have 10 episodes of Patrick Troughton. I don't care if they're padded out. I don't care. It's Patrick Troughton, and we've lost so much of his great stories.
And if I remember rightly, the end of episode 9 and all of episode 10 is all on Gallifrey.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
We're not going to keep all of Gallifrey, and that's 22 minutes at the end plus whatever they can salvage from episode 9. Say it'll be about 5 minutes. well, there's 30 minutes then of this 90 minutes.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, where are you going with this 90-minute cut? You know, it's
Yeah.
like, where are you cutting this stuff out?
They must be quite savage, really.
And there's
there's
some stellar performances by the colonel at the beginning. You know, when he puts his
course,
glasses
it's so
on
sinister.
and
The glasses.
and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Says,
and actually, I think the World War One is very good. The World War One section is excellent, isn't it? I mean,
and on top of that, the other thing on top of that, you've got the footage that they said they're putting in. So, it's even longer then, is it?
But they discovered some more footage then.
Now, what it is, I think what it is that they found some stuff outside broadcast stuff, and they found some stuff that was shot that you could actually use as a regeneration scene. So they've got, instead of
it's the regeneration.
Right, so instead of pulling his face, they've sort of like got a shot of him sort of like just in the studio looking like this. And they've gone, do you know what? That's on film. We could use that as a regenerative shot. And then when it comes to the outside stuff, there's probably some lines that are mentioned, and they cut them short, and you can add that back in. So I think literally it's going to be about 4 or 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it's better than no, I suppose, anything.
And there is a fan made regeneration into Pertwee, because there's always this speculation that at the end of Patrick Troughton, he was going to do some work for the Time Lords, and it was then that he regenerated, and then Pertwee fell out of the TARDIS. And that's why it makes sense when you're looking at the two Doctors. He's got grey hair, and he's still got Jamie with him, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
because this was the time where he was doing stuff for the Time Lords a bit in the future, which is why you've seen him.
Yeah, of course.
Those are those stories.
Yeah.
So he couldn't have just regenerated, went into this time tunnel and all this. He might have had a chance to say, I have chosen my face. And that's when,
Yeah.
But it's all speculation. So.
But it's good, healthy speculation.
Yeah, but you asked what I've been watching.
Right. Yeah. Right. Sorry. Doctor Who, I always love talking about Doctor Who, but carry on.
Just to mention Jim Jam, he happened to mention that somebody sent him for his birthday the singing ringing tree. Now,
yes.
I've had the singing ringing tree for ages, and I looked at my collection and I went, do you know what? It's listed down there that I've got it. So I went upstairs and I went looking around. I found it. So then, hang on, I've got to turn my background off. And I am bloody stupid, aren't I? There we go.
Yeah.
So there's the singing ringing tree.
All right.
Which is an old children's. Well, it's a fairy tale, but Jim Jam said it was a musical. I didn't know where he got musical from. I don't think there's any musical bits in it.
Is it an Eastern European one?
Yeah, it's one of those ones like they did with Robinson Crusoe and the Flashing Blade.
That's
and all of
right.
That. It was in its native language, and then when the Europe wanted it, they did a voice track that was
English. That's right. Yeah,
and that's why you could choose between subtitles or between the narrative. But I remember this because it used to keep cropping up on those TV programs, the ones that say stuff that was scary for kids or something, back in the
they did.
And the singing ringing tree always came up as oh my God, you let your kids watch that because it is spooky. You got little midget, you got little people, and you've got flames and people floating about and talking goldfish. Anyway, that's the singing ringing tree. I've had that for ages. And not a lot of people know about it or talk about it. This is just a steel book because it's a steel book and it's The Crow. I didn't really like it much last year. It goes with my other Crow, which is a better film.
Yeah. I'm not really a fan of The Crow, to be honest.
No.
Even the first one with Brandon Lee. To me, it's only because of him that film is thought of higher than it should be. I just find it there's no daylight in the film. It's all dark and it's all I just didn't get on with it.
My background is not only that, but remember it came from a comic background. It was a comic book.
Yeah, maybe because I'm not I don't understand the comic. I just saw it as the film and
so that's the reason for that, because it fits in with my Crow that I bought earlier in the year. Same with Blade, really. It's a 4K edition of Blade. It's a steel book. I've got the Blu-rays of them. It's just a 4K, so I go, right, all right, it's a steel book, right, so there you are. I don't like this next film, and I've got it so many times. I don't know why I bought it, but it's the
why
Goonies.
Are you it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the Goonies.
I'm the same. I'm not a Goonies fan.
I am not
a lot
Goonies
of people expect us to like the Goonies. They go on about it as a great film, and I'm sure it is for some people. I never really liked it. It's not. It doesn't mean that much for me.
It's an okay at best film. I'd rather watch Batteries Not Included, Cocoon.
Cocoon.
All of those films over this, which came out around about that same time. So Then another version of a steel book that I've got plenty of times, and that's Enter the Dragon. So it's just yet another steel book of Enter the Dragon. And like
it's
it's
like a James Bond kind of film. That is really. It's a wonderful film.
The thing about it is that I've got a background to that one, so I don't mind buying it several times. It's got a fantastic score. Lalo Schifrin did a fantastic score in that. The cinematography is really good. There's a background to it. I don't mind buying it because usually when they do come out with another steelbook, it is at least cheaper. It's about 20 quid, 25 quid. It's not 35 or 40 like it was before. Down to the last two, The Lost Boys, that's a 4K release of The Lost Boys. Again, I think Near Dark is better than Lost Boys.
Do you know I do?
I am probably a minority on that. But
Near Dark is brilliant. Absolutely love Near Dark.
So I'd rather have
it's got Lance Henriksen in, and I think he's great, Lance Henriksen.
And to end on a real classic, which I think everybody's bought this week if they've known about it. It's the Box of Delights, the Blu-ray that's come
Patrick
out with all the special effects redone, just like Blake 7. So as far as I'm concerned, that was a must-buy. That turned up. I have actually watched that. That's good.
Yeah, I've got the DVD of that. I bought that this year.
I bought mine earlier this year. Bought mine earlier this year. Went out and bought the Blu-ray because I didn't know anything about it.
No, I'm happy with my DVD, but
I had a word with Denny. I've had a word with Denny and a few other people actually this week. Said, I wonder if Kex is now going to have a ton of DVDs coming. All again that they've sold because they bought the Blu-ray one. They're going to have a flood of them.
Hey, do you think they had a lot of Blake 7 first seasons?
I bet you any money. If you check, I bet you that they've all gone down in price because they've been flooded now with.
I'll tell you something. I wouldn't get rid of my first season of my DVDs. I love them. I love those box sets. They've been with me all. I think it's a fantastic what they've done with the Blake 7 new one. It's a fantastic job. But for sentimental reasons, I wouldn't get rid of them.
Well, just to bring it up again, and this will make and he won't mind me mentioning it.
Yeah,
because Steve, my friend Steve Gaming, he was a bit disappointed with it. I was a bit cheeky, and in the Black Friday sale, I noticed there was a drop in price of Captain Scarlet.
Oh yeah,
and that's a proper transfer of film Blu-ray, right? Yeah. So it's not an upscale of a video.
Yeah.
So I sent him that, and he said, "Thanks very much." And I've watched one episode of it, and he said, "Bloody hell, there's a difference." And I went, "Exactly,
fantastic."
So
really,
that's now great. All you need to do now, Steve, I said, is just be a little bit proactive in regards to what you choose. If you're going to buy Randall and Hopkirk, just have a little look and see if it's been remastered from the original film.
Yes.
That's all you got to do. You don't want to have an upscale.
Because it's not going to,
There's nothing you can do with a BBC production that was shot on video.
No.
You'll notice there was a big difference. There's a difference, should I say, in City of Death, the Tom Baker Blu-ray.
Yes, there is, because of the film.
They took a film crew over to France.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But all of the studio stuff's video.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know, as I said, I've been going through all my DVDs when I've been reviewing all the third and fourth Doctor stories. And I've been really quite impressed with the DVDs, actually.
Yeah, because the technology from the BBC's gone up.
Yeah.
But if they'd have done that 10 years ago, it would have been
Yeah.
it'd have been an upscale as best as possible. You see what I mean?
Yeah. I do love those special collectors box sets. They're my sort of treat.
Yeah.
But
I can understand as
the
well.
DVDs, they've done the restoration, fantastic. What restoration they did.
Yeah. I can understand as well a little bit why they're a bit tentative with Blake 7, and that's why it wasn't in a nice big box like it's done. But at least they went and said, "Oh, we'll put a slipcover on it."
Yeah.
They could have just done like the BBC have done with America and just put an eco box around the Tom Baker stories and just said it's season 1. They've called it season 1 for some unknown reason.
Yeah.
And that's Tom Baker's first season, and said that's season 1. Bloody hell, what were you on about? Right? But I suppose to certain Americans that don't really watch or know anything, they'd go, "Where's the other 12 seasons before this?" Right? You know?
Yeah.
Where's season 11, and where are they bringing these out in order? What the hell's this? You know, and we'll call it season 1, and then it makes sense because it's the first one that they've brought out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a bit like saying the Americans are dumb, and I don't like to say that, but there's a lot of things that have happened in the past. I don't know if you know this, but License to Kill was originally called License Revoked. Right? That was the title for it.
Really?
When they went to the Broccolis and said, "Well, we're going to call it this," they said the Americans aren't going to understand what revoked means.
Yeah.
And they changed it License to Kill.
Yeah. Yeah.
The title that they'd understand. I was told that years and years and years ago, and I never really checked back to see whether it's actually true or not. But
it's interesting because when I've been like reviewing a lot of sort of older films, 50s and 60s, for instance, even Hammer films, they did change the titles in America quite a lot. It was quite a common thing. But why? I don't know. They often, I think, they had double bills, and therefore they wanted the right kind of name to go with the other film, in particular in horror areas. And I think probably the same with sci-fi. They just had to have the similar kind of titles, and they probably thought sometimes our titles were just not for, right? I don't know. But it's quite a common thing. Yeah. So,
so you asked me what I've watched. I've definitely watched Kes.
Yeah.
I watched that this week.
Oh, Kes, yeah, brilliant! I'm glad you watched Kes. Yeah,
I watched Watership Down.
Yes,
that. I'm very happy with the quality of the transfer on that. Why they didn't? Well, I do know why they didn't bring it out a year ago, but it's just why it was so convoluted and why it took so long.
Yeah,
I think they could have easily have sorted out all of the stuff that was going on in the background faster. But again, I think a lot of people, that are coming into physical media are going to be disappointed, right? Because when you go to Amazon, I don't know if you noticed this, they do big boxes, right? They show a picture of it. It's got a great big massive Watership Down picture of the rabbits. Next to it, it's got 2 discs and all this sort of stuff, right? When you get it, it's in a small box like this. You go, where is this record size flipping box? Right next to it in the picture is, my Interstellar, right, which is supposed to come very shortly, and it costs £100. Looks like a huge big box. I have no idea if they're just going to shorten that down to a thick flipping book type.
Yeah.
Or whether it's going to be something that won't fit on my shelves. I'm in 2 minds about it anyway. But it's just what I'm trying to say is, can't you just be true to yourself and just show the steel book with 2 discs underneath it, not show this great big thing that makes it look like you're getting something bigger than it actually? Because it does say collector's edition, and it makes you think, right, it's got everything in here. It's got a poster, it's got art. Right, this box must be huge because it's got a poster in it. You don't realize that it's a cut down poster folded up into about 8 pieces, and it's stuffed into a size of a steel bookcase.
I tell you what I find interesting about Watership Down is that there seems more of a fuss nowadays about it rather than back then. Because I remember seeing it at the cinema, and we thought, oh, this is a great animation. And yes, the story has some points in it, but we didn't make a fuss of it. Whereas now they seem to be saying, oh, look at this, it's all it's because of the darker side to it. But I don't think we made as much. We saw the film and enjoyed it, but now it's like they use that, and it helps with sales almost as well. Getting reviewers to say, oh, because people think, oh, wow, what's different? Who've never seen it.
Yeah.
Thinking why is that? But to me, we just watched the film and saw, oh yeah, that's a bit scary, but we didn't make a fuss about it. And because it's been on TV, hasn't it? It's been on TV. I don't think people made a fuss about it.
They hardly show it now.
Yeah,
and I do think, yeah, it's a bit distressing for kids. But then, what was Bambi like? I mean,
yeah.
Jesus
well, even
Christ.
Snow White. I remember that witch. I mean, Snow White and the Witch. They have problems with the witch.
Yeah, your mum's saying, eat apples, it's really good for you. There's some woman comes along, gives you an apple. She's brown bread. She's brown bread in 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. You do have to think about it a little bit, don't you? Because your mum used to say such daft things like, if you keep pulling that funny face, the wind will turn and you'll look like that, and all this sort of stuff. And you used to believe it because it came from your mum, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you have to think about it. So you see a cartoon and you go, oh, so if an old woman then offers you an apple, don't eat it.
Yeah.
Full of poison. Right? She's trying to kill you.
Think marketing people nowadays must look at this and think, yeah, we've got to try and push them. And they try and create something that make it bigger than it actually was. I mean, I understand why, but
I mean, I'm not fully into Disney. I know that they did death scenes in Lion King, but anything past Lion King, did they stop doing death scenes and make things?
They? I don't know.
I said, I'm asking the question because I'm not sure. I think everything has been live action of a cartoon, and it's not got deaths and things like that.
Oh, really? They've gone down that road.
If they did Bambi and all of that, they wouldn't be able to because it'd be like full of deaths.
Oh no!
I just think you have to be just careful with things. I mean, a kid has to understand that death is part of life, and as long as it's done beautifully, like Bambi was, it was a shot.
Bambi was great, yeah.
Bambi, you didn't see the mother being shot. There was a gunshot.
Yeah,
and you knew that small Bambi was going to be by herself because she was taken in.
Yeah. That's right.
So what I'm saying is you realize death is death, and you got to learn about it at some point. And at some point, your goldfish is going to die, or But I don't want to go down a Mordred route. We want to be on a light. So I'm just saying that. Yeah, I didn't eat apples, and that was the reason why my teeth fell out. Yeah. And it was all based on Snow White, and I'm suing Disney next year because I've just thought about it. That my teeth are knackered because I watched Snow White as a kid and I didn't eat apples. I've decided I'm going to take them to court. See whether they like that. So what young man have you been? And I say young man with guest.
Yeah, thank you.
So what Uncle Santa have you been watching? And what have you been listening? And what have you been listening to, please?
Oh, well, thank you. We'll get to a bit. I'll talk at the end. But you might. I've been working on that today. But before we go on, I'll start with what I've watched. My film that I really enjoyed more than anything this week, and it really opened my eyes a lot, was this one. It's The Eye.
You told me about that. That came from an idea from Muckman, wasn't it?
That's right. Muckman movies, Jamie.
Oh, just before you go, Muckman, buy Nighthawks now. That's my top tip to you. Go offline now, order it, come back. Right, carry on.
Anyhow, this is sort of Hong Kong Singapore joint production. He corrected me on that because I thought, it's a Japanese one, but there is a lot of Japanese ones, but there's a lot of Asian ones. South Korea do a lot, but this one is really good because they've done a Hollywood remake 2008 with Jessica Alba, and this one is just amazing. I think what really brings it out is the story. It's such a clever story, and the
Yeah.
atmosphere. It's like I went proper horror. It's a nice to see horror done in this way.
Yeah.
And it shows you how broad horror can be. It's not a narrow genre.
I saw your review and I downloaded it. I want to get to watch that. I downloaded that. So
I loved it. I'd love to know what you think about this. The way it's filmed, the story. The story is really clever, and I just was absolutely loved it. I adored it. Fantastic film. What else have I done? Yeah, and then I watched this one. It's a South Korean film, so I've been watching these, which was A Tale of Two Sisters. This is, as you can see by the cover there, in a way that cover perhaps exaggerates a bit, but it's
that's the one film out of the ones that you reviewed I haven't downloaded and watched yet. I didn't download that one.
This one, in a way, it's about this. She's the stepmother, and they really don't. She doesn't like them, and they don't like her. And it's absolutely brilliant. You know, the wicked stepmother idea.
Yeah.
It's brilliantly done. These two sisters are very close, extremely close. In a way, it's a very sad story as well. In the end, very sad. But I liked it. You know, maybe not as much quite as The Eye, but I did like this.
The Eye got me intrigued. That one got me intrigued as well. But it's just I thought, well, look, I've got to watch that Eye first. So.
Yeah. I think you'll really like The Eye. I really do. You'll have to tell me what you think about The Eye.
Oh, you know, for next week it'll be.
Yeah, I really loved it. And then some more of my sort of Tony's corner, as you might call it.
Yeah, I was going to say, should we call it the Tony collection?
Anyway, we'll start off with. I did a review of this.
What a bastard that Tony is, I tell you. But anyhow, we're still talking about him about 8-9 weeks.
He's a great guy. He's a Yorkshire lad. By heck. And then I watched this one and I loved it. I've reviewed it. This is Charles Bronson. It's from an Alistair MacLean story. I used to read Alistair MacLean.
Alistair MacLean,
when I was a teenager. And this is a great story. It's a whodunit with Charles Bronson. And he's great in it. The train, if you like trains, I love trains. The great train, some brilliant on the bridge scene on here is fantastic. It's wonderful. Absolutely loved it. And Bronson's great in it.
Just before you go any further, I want to ask your opinion on something. I was watching a Western this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Can't remember what it was called. It was in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Every Indian film I've seen when I was a kid, right? The Indians wanted to put them in a circle and there was always them in the middle, right?
Yes.
Is that a tactic that the Indians actually did or what? Because it's a bloody stupid thing to do because you just shoot, they go around and say, just go, I'll just fire at that.
Yeah.
Wherever I fire, I'm going to hit one.
Yes. You know, that is an interesting point, that about the circles. Like, I mean, Custer's Last Stand is the best bit. Did they really do that? I presume they did.
Yeah.
You know,
it just came to me. I was going, do you know what? As a school kid, I always remember that all the Indians used to go round in a circle, right?
Yeah.
And it was always them stuck in a wagon that has had the wheels broken off in the middle and they're firing out. Right?
They did that.
And I just thought to myself, all they have to do is be underneath that bloody wagon and they just have to shoot outwards. They'll shoot them all by the time they,
Yeah. You never think they have any chance. Now, I saw this other Western where instead of doing in a circle, they all quickly were digging like little trenches that they were in. And that made more sense. They worked. They had a better chance.
Do you remember all those early Western programs, films? They all went around in a bloody circle. Going, so you've just told them you're just coming round the pass. You've let everybody know. And then you'll go around in a circle so that they can play arcade games and go.
Yeah, I do wonder if that is. It probably was like that. I don't know. That would be an interesting. Does anybody knowing of our viewers? I don't know. It'd be interesting to know.
I just needed to bring that in because Charles Bronson was a wet. So carry on anyway. Go on.
Yeah, but no, that one I liked because it was an Alistair MacLean story as well. I like the fact that it was like a who done it. He was trying to work out. Mind you, I think it was fairly obvious how bad his were, but I really enjoyed it. And
I just seriously wanted to know. I've never looked it up. I only thought about it this afternoon, and I just thought, you know what? I'll ask that question.
Yeah, well,
I don't want to. I'm not trying to cause any arguments. It's just like I just want to go.
Yeah.
You know what? I'd like to know. Is it true?
Yeah.
Is that something that happened?
Yeah,
because I have no idea. I look up a lot of history, but it's usually English history. I don't look at too much American history.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to go. There were lots and lots of battles, and I know it was all about the entrenchment of their land and the fact that trains took away all of their territory. But I always remember as a kid, the thing that I remember about it was them going round in a circle, shooting inside.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm getting sort of interested in American history because it's kind of the bit where the American War of Independence. And they beat the British, or we decided. But then you get this period where they're opening up all the other state, moving basically. They're all heading towards the Pacific Ocean. Everybody going towards that area, opening it, and then going to Florida and what have you. It's fascinating piece of history because it's the creation of how these states were formed, and and basically the Indian wars as they were going on for years because they were coming in and kicking out the Indians.
Well, we all know what happened in Britain, don't we? We all know that the Romans came over here. We were all in our infancy. We were just near enough cavemen.
Yeah,
where something like 8 or 9 centuries of Roman Empire had been going on before then.
Yeah,
so of course they came over there, and we were all into spiritry and all that.
Actually, we were lucky.
We're one with the tree. Ooh.
The Druids. You know about the Druids?
Until it was Saxons and Normans, we were pretty much.
We were lucky though. We had a Roman invasion because it helped with our history and all the stuff they left behind. So, from a historian point of view, it was a great thing for Romans to come.
I wonder how far the Atlantic Ocean was when you're talking about that era, because I knew that England was actually attached to Norway, wasn't it? It had the big floods. It had the big that whole.
That was going back
was swamplands, wasn't it?
Yeah, because our first really invaders. Yeah, they would have been. No, actually, you're right. No, you're right. Actually,
so I just wondered: did anybody from France swim across the Atlantic and say, "Hey, I'm the first one to fly"?
Yeah,
we've got a bit of land.
Yeah. Actually, that is interesting. Definitely, no, it is actually. It's good. It's because it's making me think about the invasions we've had. This is well before Anglo-Saxons.
Before Vikings.
And Vikings. Yeah, they're all later.
That's all later, isn't it? That's all later.
Yeah. Because when the Romans left, a lot of the English were very Romanized. You only
have to look at the history of Hadrian's Wall because as soon as they decided we're going to pull back, we're not going to even bother with this anymore. They stopped policing Hadrian's Wall, didn't they? So so that basically held a bit.
The idea I didn't realize this. The more I was looking at it, people didn't think in terms of nations. Nations was a concept that wasn't really existed. Where you lived was your country, with the counties and all that kind of stuff. Anyway,
I brought a lot of history, and you better get cracking.
Yeah, I love history. Now here's a film that I absolutely loved. It's called Hell Drivers. It's 1959. The cast is amazing. You've got Stanley Baker, of course, from that era. You've got Sean Connery making an appearance here. You've even got Sid James. Sid James. He can't disguise that laugh.
Is that before The Hill? Is that before The Hill?
Yes, this would be before The Hill, yeah. 1959.
I'm pretty sure my first Sean Connery film was The Hill. I'm pretty sure of it. But anyway, go on.
Oh. I'm thinking, of course, Sid James wasn't in the Carry On films for about 4 or 5 of them.
No, he was. He came across and he was a heavy in most films.
But he's in this, but it's that laugh, oh, Sid James laugh. He can't get rid of that. But this worked quite well because there's also Patrick McGowan in this. And of course, you think, Patrick McGowan is going to become the danger man, and then, of course, the prisoner and what have you. But in this, he's playing a real bad character, and you don't recognize him. You're thinking, are you sure that's Patrick McGowan? And it was. Really, it was quite an eye-opener watching him. But I love this story. I thought it was great. The acting, everything. Really loved it.
Sid James laugh. Sid James laugh. You mean that?
Yeah. You just know it. So you don't even have to watch on screen and hear it. You know it's him. You just know it's Sid James.
I used to do that all the time at school. I used to go. We used to go. Hey, carry on, Sid James. Because I used to love Sid James because I used to watch Bless This House and all of that.
I was brought up with all that. Sid James, Bless This House, I think.
And my favourite black and white Carry On films, Carry On Cabby. So.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. I think they're all pretty good. Even Sergeant, even the first one though, it's not obviously. It's
back to Doctor Who again. Go on.
Yeah, we've got William Hartnell. Yeah. Oh, incidentally, I should have just mentioned it. He was in that film, William Hartnell. He was in the film I just mentioned, The Hell Drivers. So there he was. Anyhow, the next film, I don't know what to make of this film. I don't know if you've seen it. It's V for Vendetta.
Oh yeah. Again, based on a comic, Alan Moore. Go on.
It's a political film.
It is.
Very much so. And there's a lot of ideas in this film. Really, a lot of ideas. And it comes across, I suppose. I'm not. It's one of them films I'm not sure about. I enjoyed watching it, and I'll watch it again. And it's quite clear what its message, I suppose, is, and we get the ending and what have you. Using of Guy Fawkes, symbolism of blowing up Parliament, which they actually do at the end of the film. I don't think that's a spoiler.
Yeah, I can understand you. I can understand where you're coming from because it really is a hybrid between a comic book and political,
that's
political stories.
Yeah,
story about it. And some people will come away going, "Well, I thought it was going to be people flying about and all of this sort of stuff," and other people are going, "Oh, all that political nonsense. I haven't got a clue what I'm bloody watching here." It's a vigilante. It's a vigilante film, basically. I mean,
and also the one thing that I felt was that John Hurt's in it.
Yeah, that's right.
He's like this sort of big brother kind of character that we see.
I thought it was very 1980. I thought it was very 1984.
That's right. That's right. Big brother thing. But I felt it was sort of thing. I was intrigued by him. I wanted to know more about him, and we didn't get anything. But I suppose the film would say it wasn't about him. But I'm always intrigued to see how such a person rose to power. You got glimpses of it, but surely that's an interesting story to tell, as much as what goes on here. So
they did cut the comic book down. I mean, the comic book does go into a little bit more, like any book does. Like any book does. It's not that much though. They didn't. It's just I think the film. I think they went more for style than they did for stuff.
Because I mean, John Hurt is such a good actor. You feel that he's kind of wasted, which is sad when you feel an actor is wasted because he's there just on the screen making his pronouncements, and I just feel it was a waste, and especially as he's not with us now, you always think, oh, I'd love to see more John Hurt. He's such a good actor. But I know he did in certain. He was one that did quite a lot of different roles.
The comic book was thought of as being too political.
It? Yeah.
But Alan Moore is definitely one of those type of writers because he wrote Watchmen and a lot of other stuff. But he really is. I'm bringing politics into this.
Yeah.
And it being as it's all based around sort of like Guy Fawkes and all of this sort of stuff. You've got a vigilante, and that's pretty much what it is. And they honed more on that than they did the rest because they didn't want to alienate the audience and make it too heavy. So they lightened it up, but it is still a very dark film. It's an incredibly dark film.
Yeah.
And it's a film that I really like. I actually like the film.
Yeah.
But if you've ever read the comic, you'd go away going, wow, they could have done so much more here. Could have done so much more here. No, but then if you think about it, if they did that, then a lot of other people would have gone, that's turned me off.
Yeah. I mean, there's the scene where they all come at the end, all these people marching and taking the masks off. That's quite a powerful image. That's quite a good thing. But I just felt that they could have done a bit more. I don't know.
Like I said, I think they went more for the throwing knives and watching the knife fly through the air and all this sort of. It was more about camera angles than it was about.
And maybe, because people, if they'd have done this nowadays, could you imagine? It'd be really very, very political. And
if you did it now, you'd have to CGI everything because I think Big Ben's permanently got scaffolding around it.
I was thinking of that.
You wouldn't exactly be able to do a beauty shot. I'll tell you, it's got scaffolding around everything these days. So. I feel sorry for tourists that come over here and go, oh, let's have a look at Big Ben. Yeah, it's full of scaffolding. It's up there, look.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's all done now. On latest shots I have seen of it, that's scaffolding for years.
I'm taking the piss, but it was like that for about 4 years.
It's all right, but it's bloody true. Actually, if I'd have been, gee guys, I've come over all the way from America. What's that bloody thing up there?
It's taken me 50 years to save up to come over here, and they've got scaffolding all over it.
Exactly. Gee, what's going on here? Anyhow, one last film is this links up with what we were on about earlier. This is Gary Cooper in Distant Drums. This is interesting because again, it's something I never think of. I always think about where the Wild West is, and this is in Florida. So you've got a Western which is in swamps. You've got crocodiles and alligators or whatever, all there. And it's an actually really good adventure story. And of course, the Indians in here, our Native Americans, are their own for that particular area in Florida. And they have a different name. I've forgotten what they're called, and they give them a different name. But it was fascinating seeing them. But again, they're putting them. The Indians are probably, because of the era, doesn't seem to be much sympathy for them in terms of the direction. So you get very much that the Indians are the bad guys and these are fighting against all the odds. But I enjoyed it. Gary Cooper, I haven't seen much of.
I haven't seen much Gary Cooper, I have to say. No.
And I kept thinking, I wonder at the time if people were looking at John Wayne and thinking he's like a sort of second or third division John Wayne actor. I don't know enough about him. What kind of films, if he did a lot of Westerns or did he do other things? I don't know. That's what I ought to find out. But I was thinking that you always think it's always because when you're thinking of Westerns, you always think John Wayne. And therefore you start comparing actors with John Wayne. But he may well have done a lot of other things, like Jimmy Stewart. I know you mentioned Jimmy Stewart before. He didn't do just westerns, did he? He's well known for all the Hitchcock stuff and lots of other things. But I don't know about Gary Cooper, so that's something I should look at and investigate. But I enjoyed this film. I thought it was. So
if they remade it this year, would it be called Gary Cooper in Drum and Bass?
Oh God! Yeah. Oh dear! Oh yeah, it could be, couldn't it? Anyhow, I watched that and I enjoyed it. But it did. It's there. It is. I enjoyed it. But The Eye was my film of the week. Definitely. Yeah.
Hey, we ought to see what these people have been talking about.
They're probably all. Oh, we've got 19 people. Crikey! Right, let's off. So we have Danny, who says, "I hope you're all good. I am good, and got my copy."
Hang on, you haven't got the message up. You haven't got the message up on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So there
we are. It'll come up. Sorry, don't worry. I'm going senile already. I hope you're all good. I'm good. I got a copy of Nightmare on Elm Street box set 4K, Watership Down, 4K of BFI with a black rabbit pin badge. That's nice. Wizard of Oz box set. Yeah, I've seen that, and that looks good. And the 7th Samurai box set. Yeah, all good.
Well, I've got Nightmare on Elm Street. I've got Watership Down.
Yeah.
I've got Wizard of Oz, but I got the one from the 80th, not the 85th.
Yeah.
And 7 Samurai I'm going to watch this week because
I'd be interested to see what you think of that.
It's 3 hours. I looked at the back and I went, I'm going to watch that, and then I went 3 hours. Shit. You're right. I'll watch it tomorrow.
I love it. I love the long films. I like it. You have to keep awake though. Outpost 31, evening, gents. Ian, how about a room tour? I don't know. I know you were mentioned before. I might think about it. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got to get the Hoover out. That's why he's not doing it.
I know you'd like to. This room I'm in, I haven't got a main collection, but I've got.
He's in a padded cell. Really, they just moved him over to this for a couple of hours on Wednesday, and then they put him back.
And we've got Michael. Hello, Michael. Evening, gents.
I don't think I know Michael. Has he got a channel?
He's a massive Doctor Who fan. He's from Ireland.
Oh, so I need to subscribe to him then.
Yeah, you need to subscribe to Michael. Excellent. Oh, right. He's really good. And then Steve's Gaming. Hello, you old buggers.
Hey, I'm younger than you, you miserable bastard. You.
And then we've got Charles Duncan saying, Dal, if you watch Harry Potter movies instead, you'll sharp fall asleep. I do. Oh.
Do you know what? I did watch the Harry Potters at the beginning and I thought these are all right. I fell off the sort of like train a little bit towards the end. I thought, oh, bloody hell. And I only bought the steel book because it came as one collection in a big steel set. Wow. And it came down in price. Yeah. Otherwise, I could do without Harry Potter all my life, really, to be quite honest. I don't want to put people off. It's just that it's an okay-ish thing, but I think for kids it's wonderful. Do you know what I mean? It's like watching Bedknobs and Broomsticks, but when you're 60, you just go, it's not really. It's for kiddies, really. Isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it's good. I mean, like I said, I watched religiously the first 4, 5. Yeah. 4, 5. Then sloped off when it turned into 2 parts and all this shit.
That was money grabbing. It was a money grabber. That I think. What I did, I got the box set with them all in and watched them over about 3 days. I think I managed to watch them, and
bloody hell.
yeah, I enjoyed them. But do you know what? I can't remember. If you ask me about them, I can't remember them. I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. I did enjoy them, but have I gone back to them since? No, but I should do maybe. I don't know. I've got to make the effort.
Sometimes it's good to go back. I mean,
yeah,
and even though it's not that long ago. I mean, remember, we say it's not that long ago, but they've grown up and they're bloody in their adults
exactly.
they're in their 20s and 30s now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that when I was watching it, the fun things that I found was when they kept trying to hide the letters from the school saying you've joined this bloody school and you're not allowed to go and all of this sort of stuff. That's what I found funny. And then, and then around about 4 or 5 in, I noticed they were getting, a bit older and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
By the time you got to the last 3 films, I was just going, well, I might as well be watching an adult Charmed. And I didn't like Charmed. So what am I watching this for? I suppose I just grew up. I suppose I watched it at the very beginning a little bit too late in my life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so by the time I got later in my life, I was less involved with it than I was. If I'd have started watching it 3 years earlier than it came out, I might have watched it to the end.
Yeah. Because people were excited as they came out. They were waiting for each installment, as I remember.
Oh yeah, and it was it
was a big thing.
The first films were directed by people like Chris Columbus.
Yeah,
fantastic director.
Yeah,
it's just that when you found Chris Columbus wasn't in it anymore, it just turned into it's just a conversion of the book. Then is it?
But I remember the media made a big thing about these films when they were released. People going on, queuing up to see these films, and
oh Christ, yeah, Star Wars.
You don't get that. I mean, how many films do you get people queuing up nowadays for? I doubt you get that.
Yeah, ones where they tell you there's only 100 tickets left. That's about the
But I mean,
bring a bit of FOMO into the cinema. You're going to miss out. We've got 100 tickets left. That's all we got. How many seats are in this cinema? 150.
I mean, when was the last time we had queues? I wonder whether it was probably the Barbie Oppenheimer thing was probably generated.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know, because I don't really go to the cinema. So, do people now just book the tickets and just go in? They're not queuing anymore. I don't know.
I'd go when they're a $5. That's in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, quite right.
That's when they say That's when they say you can watch the film while the cleaners are doing from last night. If you come in at 7:30 in the morning, you can watch it for a $5. All right.
I like that idea. Anyhow, on your own without mobile phones and stuff going on. Sounds good to me. But how do you go then? If you go to cinema, do you just turn up and go? Or do you book
I don't book anymore. No. Yeah.
You just go along. You say, "All right, I'll go and see this."
But I usually go morning or afternoon, and you tend to find that because you're not going in the evening, there's going to be about 30, 40 people in the cinema when I'm watching the 11:30 showing of something.
Yeah.
Because I'll do it during the week. I won't do it Saturday and Sunday either. I'll go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And to be quite honest, really, it's empty.
Yeah.
I even know from my Facebook page, there's a friend of mine who goes to the cinema a lot. And he says, I'm just coming to the cinema. Me and 5 people are watching this.
Wow. Yeah.
5 people. You had to have a projectionist for 5 people. And I looked at the time that he went, and he went at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday.
Yeah, sounds good. Best way.
I just thought to myself, right, I know what to do now.
Yeah. Because you don't want it cram-packed, full of people making a lot of noise, talking and
kiddies screaming and all that shit.
Yeah. Right. We've got Sai saying, "Hi guys, hello Sai." We got Stevens Gaming. Question to both: why are Blu-ray collections so damn expensive? Babylon 5, 50 quid. Twilight Zone, £62. Buck Rogers, £63. Ivor the Engine, bloody hell, 65 quid. Private the Engine. The Bionic Woman, £104.
Yeah, don't look at the $6 million man, because that's 160 quid.
Wow. Well, I mean,
I can answer some of it.
Yeah, go on.
I mean,
what's your opinion?
You know, the manufacturer of CD and Blu-ray is quite close, but it's not quite the same. And even though there's a lot of space on Blu-ray, if you upscale, you can put less on. So you tend to find on a DVD they'll put 4, 5, 6, on one side. With a DVD, with a Blu-ray, you'll tend to find it's 2 or 3. So that means you need more discs. Then there's more packaging, and then you've got to ask yourself, when was the remastering done? So in the Bionic Woman, it came over from Australia, and that's why they're expensive. It's that imprint that did all the conversions of those, I think. So of course that's expensive. Ivor the Engine is expensive because no bugger's going to buy it other than Denny. So of course they're a small little outfit. The BBC haven't helped them, and they've just basically done their own upscale and all that sort of stuff. So that's that. And it's whatever you can get away with. Buck Rogers, popular. Twilight Zone, popular.
Yeah.
Basically you got to also remember there's 5 seasons of the Twilight Zone. You get a lot of episodes. There's 170 odd episodes for 62 quid. That ain't bad going.
Yeah.
I bought those Twilight Zones when they were season 1, season 2, season 3, and they cost me 25, 30 quid each.
Yeah.
So you do 5 times 30 quid and then say, you bastards, you brought out a box at 63 quid. You bits. Because I've just got to spend like 140 quid on them, you swine. So actually they are cheaper. They are cheaper than they originally came out. But I do think with 4K, they should be cheaper still.
Yeah.
Even with Denny, I turned around and said, I'm not buying Bionic Woman, a $6 million man, not 150, 60 quid.
No.
Get stuff. And then I went over to Amazon Germany and looked at the Bionic Woman, and you could buy it for 70 quid.
Oh, that's a big difference.
When it first came out. And the UK one was 120 something.
Yeah.
And I said, Denny, are you going to buy the German one or the British one? And he said, I didn't quite understand the German on whether the German one had the films in with them, because they've got the Bionic Woman films in them. Like the Return of the Bionic Man and the Bionic Duo.
Yeah.
And he said, so I've gone safe and bought the UK ones. And I said, I suppose I better hold off then with the German ones, because the German ones at 70 quid make sense. But 120 quid? There's 2 or 3 seasons less than the $6 million man, and yet there's a difference of about 30 quid.
It's a lot, yeah.
So I was just looking at it, the prices don't add up. Babylon 5 should be lower as far as I'm concerned. It was a good series. It was done, I think, mostly on video.
Yeah.
I understand a little bit why UFO and Space 1999 are more expensive, because they're film.
Yeah.
And they restored them from the negative. Babylon 5's mostly video, if I remember rightly. It's all CGI and video. It really should be cheaper now, because it's an oldish series that nobody really refers to back now. But saying that, Space Precinct has been all over YouTube saying, we've done a restoration of Jerry Anderson's Space Precinct, and it's the best it's ever seen. And I looked at the price and I went, you what?
How much?
I'm not putting down a pre-order for that yet.
How much was that?
I can't remember. I think it was about 70 quid or something like that.
Oh, crikey.
60 quid or something, 59 or something. But I just thought to myself, I remember a glancingly watch at it when I was a kiddie.
Yeah, I've got some episodes of it.
Right, I remember it being live action with some puppetry.
Yeah. It's okay. It's not terrible.
It had some nice model work, but it wasn't any Captain Scarlet or Joe.
No, it's not like that. I remember it's okay. It's entertaining, but it's not maybe the best. But it's you got
a couple of great American actors in it. But Jerry Anderson always did manage to bring over people that are American, that are big now. They weren't back so much back then.
Yeah. I think the idea is quite a good idea. It does kind of work, the idea, but it didn't do very well, did it? It just
2 seasons, was it?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's 2 seasons.
Possibly 3. I don't know.
No, I don't think there's 3. I think
No, so it's about 2 seasons then.
Yeah,
I think it was on BBC. I think.
yeah, and I bet they didn't show them all either. I've got a feeling they got so far and then stopped.
But he asks, why are they more expensive? Just look at it as it's the market where it's whatever money they can get for it. How many discs are in it? Who converted it? How much work went into it?
Yeah,
that's gonna be it.
Yeah,
but he's quite right to ask. I mean, that Captain Scarlet, even if you're buying it outside of a sale, is what, 30 quid?
Yeah.
And there's 30 odd episodes, all half an hour long, right?
Yeah.
And then you buy UFO, where there's what, I think 29 episodes totally of an hour long.
Yeah.
60 quid. And you're going, hey, less episodes, 60 quid, more episodes, half the price.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
What's all that about?
Yeah.
Am I, or am I looking at it wrong? But then again, remember, UFO was a 50-minute show and Captain Scarlet was half an hour. There's all sorts of things you got to bring into this. So, personally, I think people today will buy a bargain over something that's overpriced.
Yeah.
You look at it like that, and you can get away with dropping that by a tenner. You'll probably sell about 20% more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. We've got Muckman Movies. Good evening, chaps. Hello, Jamie.
Hello, you great-brained bastard, you. I've been bigging you up in my box because I tell you what, he did me such a good favor with that Seven Samurai and all of this sort of stuff. I went, right, got to start talking about him a little bit now. I'll start saying he's good, even though he's a bad.
Yeah, and of course, the film that I talked about, The Eye. What can I say? His recommendation, fantastic. And then we got a little Tony. Evening Ian and Del. Oh yeah, okay. I heard a guy on YouTube today theorizing that the transmission of a colorized, abridged version of the War Games is a way of leading into the next collection Blu-ray.
Possibly. I don't think it'll ever happen. Don't think it'll ever happen. The way Richard T. Davis is talking, he said, the whole point was when I came back was to bring back these early episodes, colorize them, and abridge them. And he mentioned abridge them. He didn't say, I want to colorize them and put them in collector's editions and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And he also puts a caveat on that by saying, I also want to make sure that you can still see the original 10. Meaning he doesn't want to touch the original 10. Wants to keep them as they are.
Yeah.
Now, saying that, when they do bring out the Patrick Troughton ones, I'm really going to be like an eye-opener on it because a lot of them are animated and they've done the animated ones with 2 editions, a black and white one and a color one. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when they put those discs in, are they just going to show black and white ones? All right, to go with all the black and white ones that are in there, right? Or are they going to put the black and white and the color ones there?
I think they'll have to.
Well, the reason I asked that is because a lot of them, like the ones that they've done just a couple of episodes of animation rather than them all in animation.
Yeah, and the style of animation is different.
They've done those as black and white to fit in with the black and white.
Yeah, but the style is different, isn't it? The animation, as it's
they keep changing the style because they keep changing the production house.
Yeah. But I don't know when we'll get a Patrick Troughton one. We'll see. I don't know.
I think they'll do them pretty last.
Yeah, I think they'll concentrate on Pertwee as well a bit more.
Oh yeah, because if you think about it, although they've already colorized something like the dinosaurs one,
Yeah, there's things like Ambassadors of Death, which is one that they colorized, and it'd be interesting to see now and redoing that.
Well, that's what I was. That's
yeah,
that. You see, that's
yeah.
that, where you came in there. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
There's one episode that they colorized with the dinosaurs. It would be so simple to recolorize it with the method that they've done now.
Yeah,
right?
They'll do that.
A whole 7 episodes. That might be a bit of a thing to do. That'd be hard to do.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's still easier to bring out that than it is to try and bring out the Patrick Troughton stuff.
Yeah.
The Patrick Troughton stuff. I think they hold back because they think more footage is going to show up.
That's what they've got their fingers crossed, but I don't know.
A lot of the mystery behind Doctor Who talks about things that the Doctor Who fans say now is nonsense, right? Where people in the BBC have turned around and said, look, there wasn't a hold up on we've got this 4 real missing episode that if you give me all this money for, you can have it. And I'm waiting for a transfer deal, or I'm waiting for you to turn around and say you're going to give it back, and all of this sort of stuff, right? There's a lot of that going on in regards to a Patrick Troughton episode in particular.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying to you is, I wonder if it's semi-true, where actually they've got 2 of the 4 episodes or something, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it, you'll find it's a half truth. He hasn't got all 4; he's got 2, and all of this sort of stuff. But whichever way you look at it, bringing back 2 and 4 episode stories is still better than no story at all, and they've got to animate the whole lot.
Yeah.
And the more you keep waiting, the more you find that more footage is being found out. Now, somebody's mentioned Spearhead from Space. Spearhead from Space was a total filmed show.
That's right. There was a strike on. They were lucky.
The reason it was one of the first Blu-rays that came out is because they've got the negative of the film.
Yeah.
It's so easy to rescan.
Yeah.
Compared to video.
It was all done on film, so it was easy for them to do it. Yeah. But I think
they've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work on colorization, and I'm so glad that the BBC has at least put some money into this.
Yeah,
because there's so many other stuff that they can now show on TV in high definition, like old grey whistle tests, stuff from David Attenborough and all of his black and white safari day stuff. They can now do it quite quickly, quite cheaply, and they can then show that on their channels that they want to bring out, and they can sell that, to the world.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be interesting to see what happens. There's Michael here. He's continuing this. Michael says it's interesting that after they announced War Games, getting a color cut down, that they take the Daleks in color off iPlayer.
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't know. Mind you, I heard people saying that some of the episodes on iPlayer have been disappearing, including some Tom Baker for some reason.
Yeah, but they've already said why. That's to do with the writers and producers.
But it's strange, isn't it? This one.
And what the lawyers are trying to do now is do a blanket wash over Doctor Who, saying it's BBC property.
Right.
Before that happens, these other writers are coming in and saying, actually, you have to pay me every time you actually do this. So I have the power to say whether you can show it. So I'm taking, as you're not going to pay me, I am going to take it off of your hands.
Yeah.
Therefore, other streaming services that have got it, because they've bought it over a period of a year, they can still continue because it's already been bought for.
Yeah.
Anybody that's only buying it and showing it on a monthly rate, a monthly refresh, they're taking them away. Say, oh, well, we can't show it from this because we've only bought it up to that point.
Right, yeah. I get you, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And they said, we think that those will come back quite quickly. I think they will.
Yeah.
I think it's mad that these people are just... it really does talk of greed. And it does talk of the fact that these greedy people are also either people that don't like the BBC anymore or are showing greed is what we are, just like you.
Yeah.
So eat some of this, BBC. because you've been taking money for this for years and years and years, and we've been getting next to nothing. So you've got to talk to me now if you want it.
That's where it is. Yeah.
There's resentment in everything. There's resentment. If you haven't got a resentment streak in you, then you're not human, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone's got a bit of resentment in them.
People think if they feel being badly treated, then it's payback time. They want something back.
It's stuff the fans, and the fans are caught in the middle. They just go, "Oh, I really want to watch that."
Yeah.
But this, I then put my hands up and say, "But that's why I buy physical media." So up yours.
Yeah, Unearthly Child was the good example, wasn't it? They took that off.
That was that the cameraman, or was it the producer, or was it the director? Oh, it was one of them, wasn't it? Was it the writer?
Somebody connected with it, and they said,
you badly treated my father, was what it was.
Yes, it's a family member,
if you have badly because of that, I'm now the family estate, so up yours.
Yeah. Actually, what's interesting about Unearthly Child, the pilot episode is great, but the story that is pretty bad, actually.
Oh, the tribe of gum.
I mean, that is one of actually. It's no secret. I don't think. I think it's actually one of the worst Doctor Who episodes. It's not the worst, but it's pretty bad. In fact, you wonder when you see that, you think, God, how on earth did Doctor Who survive if we'd have just carried on with that? Thank God for Daleks.
I think my dad joked once, and I'll tell you what would make this episode better if they brought Raquel Welch in.
Yeah.
I'd watch it then. I don't know why I'd watch it. Don't tell your mum, but I think I'd watch it if Raquel Welch was in it.
Well, they tried it with Leela, didn't they? Oh, she was the Raquel Welch.
No, there's a couple of things that makes her not Raquel Welch, but I think it's her eyes. Yeah, that was it. I think it was her eyes.
But it is true. It's not a very interesting story at all. It's pretty bad. The first story.
The first one's great. The second one builds into it. The third and fourth, you might as well just turn around and say, "You know what? Can we just get to the end?"
What I always found as well funny with Doctor Who in those earlier days is all these sort of actors are very theatrical. They love doing these bits with the camera and these speeches, and they just love having a go at it. There's no sort of natural acting at all. It's all very stage, and it looks even worse. And like even the Aztec story is good. But it does sound funny sometimes because there's these real British sort of accents, and over the top acting. It's funny.
I don't know. Whenever I was reading the books of Doctor Who and how they made things, I kept thinking of, right, this scene, it's going to be an Egyptian sarcophagus. We've got to have lots of gold and stuff around. Yeah. Right, production team, take all your earrings out. We'll put them in this box. We'll put cotton wool underneath it, make it look like it's all coming over the top. I need your rings. I want your wedding rings. They'll kill the shot, and you can have them all back afterwards. Yeah,
the budget was a bit low. Yeah,
I can
get about 50 pence for the special effects.
Or the week before, they went to Blue Peter and they said, "Can you do a section where you're going to make a new set of curtain rings, right, for your shower or something, right? And we want your best ones to be sent in to us because we're gonna use those as props for Doctor Who next week."
Yeah.
Oh, can I just answer something? Steve's just come up and said Randall and Hopkirk deceased is 125 quid, sod off. Just to let you know, Randall and Hopkirk was done on the network label. And the network label is defunct.
And it's that new one.
They haven't brought out the new Randall and Hopkirk on the new label yet.
Yeah.
It means that you're paying scalper prices, I think, at the moment.
Yeah.
When Randall and Hopkirk came out on Blu-ray, I bought it for $49.99. Just so you know. Yeah. It was not £125.
Yeah, that is real scalper.
Carry on. I just wanted to go.
No, that's a good point.
Because I didn't bring that into my talk about why Blu-ray.
It's scalping, isn't it? It's worst. Yeah. Sai says, have you seen that Captain America 4 is getting another set of reshoots?
Yeah,
it's
it
not
is.
looking good for the next phase for the MCU. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Reshoot.
Yeah, but again, this reeks of studio interference and the fact that I think the script wasn't full and done when they started the filming of it. You'll tend to find that when somebody has got a script and they've okayed the script, they don't do too much. But if they've still writing it while they're filming it,
which is ridiculous,
right? Which, by the way, it's not unheard of. It was done with Planet of the Apes. It was like that. I mean, still being rerun it. And Star Trek, we know that, don't we? With the motion picture.
Of course.
Bloody hell, they didn't even finish filming the damn thing before he actually went out to the premiere with a bloody camera. He actually brought one reel with him for the projectionist. Silly sod. But anyway, I'm diversifying.
Yeah.
Captain America 4, I think that they've put a lot of this has got to be good. Right? Because Captain America 1, 2, and 3 were their biggest profiting films. And they also were the ones that had the best quality. There's the Winter Soldier, the Civil War. They were all classed as, oh my God. If you look at those films and then you look at this other shit that they brought out, you went, So when you put something like a 4 at the end of Captain America, you know damn well you've got to make this a good film. Because if you don't, you've ruined 3 other films before it, plus the 2 Avenger films that closed off the whole of that. Right?
Yeah.
So they know full well that they've got to do a damn good job. And you've got too many actors coming in that are turning around and saying, what a bag of shit. Or, I did it for the paycheck. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got, who have you got as the president in it? Was it,
Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford, isn't it? Yeah, Harrison Ford. He came in and he said, I don't know what I was reading out, and I couldn't care less.
Well, that's really good, isn't it?
And the film's not even finished filming yet.
Yeah.
So, when you've got somebody like that, then you've got to turn around and you've got to go, why have we hired you?
Yeah, he's a miserable sod now, Harrison Ford. You know what I mean? He's miserable.
We brought you in as a star name. You're supposed to be professional and say, hey, I'll be really enjoying it.
Exactly.
He goes on a chat show and he goes, I did it for the paycheck. Ain't even finished yet. They come in.
No.
They're going to come back and ask me to do some reshoots. Good. I could just do a new house.
Yeah. Terrible.
And I'm going, well, you really want somebody like that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, Marvel and Disney are already in the shit when it comes to bad mouthing.
Yeah.
Right? And there you are. You've got somebody that they've hired to be in your film bad mouthing them before the film's even out. So
yeah. Awful.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Jamie saying, I've heard some great news literally in the last 5 minutes. Umbrella are releasing the Rutger Hauer film Salute of the Jugger. I've been pestering boutique labels to release it for years. I don't know the film. Have you heard that one?
I've heard of Salute of the Jugger.
Oh, right.
I don't know where. You see, there was a spate in the 80s of watching Rutger Hauer films because I watched, Blind Fury and The Hitcher, like everybody talks about. So when people start talking and bringing names like Salute of the Jugger, I start thinking, was that before Hitcher or after Hitcher? Was that later on in his life? Was that only last week? I'm going like this in my head. But I watched a lot of Rutger Hauer films, and I think I've seen Salute of the Jugger, yes.
Yeah.
But I can't remember too much about it. I do know, though, that you can be a non-Rutger Hauer film, and you'll tend to find that if you were to buy them all, you'd find that there was more quality than there was shit.
Yeah.
So when somebody comes around like Muckman and has said, I've been pestering people to do this,
I
can understand it. And I bet you any money, I don't know why I don't remember it, because it probably was a bloody good film.
Yeah.
But I'm not one of these people that go, I really fancy watching all of my Rutger Hauer films in the next week. I don't do things like that. So I forget.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Jodie Foster did a film. Was it Arrival? Was it Arrival?
Or the alien one. Yeah.
Now, I used to talk about that 5-6 years ago, and people used to go blank at me. They go, what? What are you all about?
Yeah.
I said, You want to watch this film? It's really good, really underrated, right? It came in a DVD case where it was one of those cardboard ones with the little clasp that you undid.
Yeah, great. I love
you
that.
put it in your player, and the special effects at the end when you see the aliens. Well, I don't want to ruin it. It's all about communicating with the aliens with this ring. I said it looks immense. You've got to have it in your collection just for that. It's brilliant. It's a bit slow, leading up to this, but it's really good. And then people started talking about it, and then people don't talk about it again. And if you talk about like Arrival, some people will turn around and say, "Oh, that was that thing last year when it with them diamond-shaped spaceships that were coming down." No, we're talking about 15 years ago, and So you know what I mean. It was called Somebody just said it was called Contact, and that's what I meant. But what I'm trying to say is that so many things have a similar names. And Contact, First Contact. Well, it just goes down this line, and you're going in your head. You're going. I remember it. The biggest, and I'm going to just be really, just straight. As an arrow with you guys out here, whenever a question is brought up on here, it's almost like your brain's got to kick into gear and come out with an answer like that. And my brain doesn't work too much like that anymore.
It works better than my brain.
10 years ago, it might have done. Right?
Yeah.
But even when I'm doing my blog, I haven't read the questions that are there. I read them out verbatim, and I'm going. And that's why I say, Ian, you bastard.
Because I'll say,
I've got 5 soundtracks, and I've got how many? And on a Sunday,
I knew it as well.
And Sunday at 10:30 in the morning, you've asked me to think of over 500 soundtracks. Which ones I'm going to narrow it down to 5 to? And you're going, and then. I come away from that blog going, I think I did pretty well. And then some bastard will come along in the next blog and turn around and say, you were wrong with that one point there because actually it was this bloke, not that bloke. And I'm going, look, I'm telling you now, it's what my brain was thinking at the time. I wasn't going on the internet and going, oh yeah, well I'll have that one and that one and that one and that one. Because anybody can go to Wiki.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And say, I've watched every film in existence. Look, I'm going to Wiki and say, Born Free. Yeah, that was 1971. It starred this and this, and it had this producer. And you go,
it looks impressive,
right? There's no way in this wide world that anybody's going to go, right, I know who the art director was.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm going, Christ, I can't even remember who wrote the damn thing, let alone. And it takes me a few seconds to remember that the lion was called Elsa.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And so I am saying I'm putting my hand up here. If I get a name wrong or something, I'm human. But when you hear me talk and describe the film, I'm talking about it. What I'm talking about. I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's just because I couldn't remember the name.
Well, it's funny because when I do my reviews, and I spend ages researching and looking on, all stuff and that of it, and you write stuff down, and then I always get these bloody names, and the names you can't pronounce them, and you're going, "Oh, this is," and it makes you look a right idiot, but you just have to go with it. Right. You can't pronounce the name.
Like you mentioned Gary Cooper. I could have easily said, "Oh, he was great in them Brute adverts, weren't he?" No, that's not Gary, you idiot. That's Henry Cooper, you bastard.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? And you can look like a right idiot, and you just go, "Oh yeah, Henry Cooper."
Yeah. It's funny it was you who was on about the adverts, and I was shouting at the screen, "What about iKarate?" And then it came up. You did eventually get there, didn't you? You got iKarate. So you got Brute and all that stuff.
Old Spice,
I remembered iKarate because we always laughed at it. Thought it was so funny. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You know, like I said, it's. I'm human. I put my hands up and I go,
yeah,
look.
so am I'm thick as oat sometimes. I
So
just
to
can't
go back to
remember.
this, Salute to the
Yeah,
Jugger. I will
yeah,
say to you now, I think I've seen it. I will
yeah,
say to you now, can't remember though. I
yeah,
will say this: most of the films I saw with Rutger Hauer after Blade Runner, and I knew how good he was in Blade Runner, I pretty much enjoyed
yeah,
in one way or
exactly.
another. And I know
Yeah,
that I know for a fact I loved Blind Fury
yeah,
because it was a
yeah,
comedy. It was a
yeah,
comedy Rutger Hauer thing. I'd seen him as a heavy in so many other films. I really want to see that film in 4K again.
yeah.
I really would like
Okay, so we've got Jamie saying evening, Tony, and then evening, Si, and then we've got Tony saying evening, Jamie. Never heard of of the
the Jugger,
Jugger.
yeah.
Michael's movie corner. I haven't watched the War Games before. Oh, so it'll be interesting to watch the 90-minute cut with zero knowledge of the full story.
Now that to me is very interesting because on top of the
Yeah,
fact that I need to subscribe to you, which I'll do after I get to the
yeah,
end of it, because you're a Doctor Who fan. It's
yeah,
very interesting to know what a person who's never seen it thinks of the
yeah.
90-minute version. Because
Michael, I think, is about 26. He's a young lad
right.
from Ireland. Yeah,
So for me, the War
yeah,
Games, I've watched that. I must have
yeah,
watched that 30 times. 30
yeah,
times, right? I can recite even what happened in the third episode and all
yeah,
that
yeah,
stuff, all of this sort of stuff, right? And that's how I know that it was the Time Lords that basically in the 9th episode that
yeah,
made it difficult for them to even get into the TARDIS. They couldn't get away,
yeah,
brought them back, put Jamie and Zoe behind the force field. He goes and has a chat. The Black Guardian, well, the War Chief is blown out of existence. I don't want to give away. All of that is the 10th episode. It doesn't give you away exactly what happens,
yeah,
but there is 8 episodes before all that, and you only see really the technology side of things from around about about halfway through the 5th episode, where you get to see where those transport mechanisms were being taken to, and
yes, yeah,
and all
yeah,
that stuff, and you get to know what the whole story was about.
yeah, yeah.
I found the beginning actually very, very interesting because it was all about trenches, and Jamie was
Yeah, which is
really
a
about
great period.
what's this barbed wire. I remember he says, "What's this barbed wire for?" Yeah, nasty stuff. That you
Yeah,
don't want to go anywhere near that. Yeah, bloody hell, yeah.
and looking in mirrors and with glasses has never been so sinister. So you've got that to look forward to.
I was just going to end up saying you can't watch now the first 3 episodes of the War Games without thinking about Blackadder the Fourth.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Every time that they walked into one of these colonels' bloody, they had these smock wallpaper, that all looks like they're in a stately home with swirls and everything. And all I kept thinking about was, Stephen Fry going Blackadder like this when they came in, and I was going, "It's Blackadder." No, it's not Blackadder. It's Doctor Who. Yeah.
Who's the actor in it? I always forget his name. He's no longer with us, but he was in a lot of Doctor Who stories, and of course, he's in the famous Dad's Army episode where don't tell him, Pike.
Don't tell him, Pike. Steve, after I've just turned around and said, "Can I remember names? Can I bugger it?" You go and ask me, what's his name in Dad's Army from 1972?
But he's in a lot of Doctor Who. He's in like Brain of Morbius, and
yes, he is.
A few others, and they've gone out of my mind. You see, I'm not that good. Normally, I'd be secretly going, "Oh yeah, he was in such and such a thing," but I know he's in Brain of Morbius. And he's in some more as well. But is it Maddox? I've forgotten his first name.
Philip Maddox.
I think it is. It could be.
I don't think it's him.
He's no longer with us. He's been in Doctor Who.
Sadly, that's the way of things that are going at the moment.
Yeah, he's in the Crotons.
I just hope they don't. They don't try and bring in the War Chief as being an earlier version of the Master. I don't think
Oh no,
Tony York has
I
actually brought
forgot
that in,
about that.
thinking that they might do that.
Because
I
the
know
master won't even.
I do know that they did some what they call those audio plays from Talkback, is it? No, not Talkback. It's what's the company that brings out the audio productions of
Oh,
Doctor Who?
Big Finish.
Big Finish, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that they've done some Patrick Troughton stuff that's supposed to be in between stories. And
Yeah,
I believe they did try once in there to try and tie up the master with the war chief, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think I want that to be. I want that
No.
to be a different, because he'd have known. He'd have said,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're my old mate from school."
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As much as I can't remember names and faces, and this bloke's a Time Lord and he's been going around for 500
Yeah.
years, I'm pretty sure you'd remember. I know you are.
Yeah, of course.
Seen you from somewhere.
Yeah.
Or you smell the same, or you act the same as somebody I used to know. Because even when he saw him from a distance in, you know, Terror of the Autons, and, you know, well, when he brought back the Autons in the second season, you know, even then he was going, "That's my old sparring master. That is, I recognise him from anywhere," as if he'd always had a beard or something, right? See, he might not have had a beard in his life before that point. I have no idea, and that's the mystery of Doctor Who. It's almost about I can smell a Time Lord from 10 years.
I didn't realise
away,
that Planet of the Spiders was supposedly going to be the showdown between the Doctor and the Master would die. But of course, him dying like he did, they totally had to change Planet of the Spiders because of that. But wouldn't that have been an interesting story to see that showdown? But anyhow.
By the way, that very, very talk that you just talked about there was in the War Games under the story Regeneration documentary. Regeneration.
Right.
It's about 30 minutes long.
Yeah.
And they talk about that there.
Yeah.
Oh. I remember that because like I said, I've watched the DVDs of War Games.
Yeah, that's it. That's where I learn a lot. In fact, for me, the extras on those DVDs are absolute gold.
Yeah, you have a look on the back. It will say Regenerations, and it'll be a 30-minute thing.
Absolutely wonderful documentaries on those DVDs. Fantastic.
They talk about the Watcher. They talk about the worst regeneration being the one between John Pertwee and Tom Baker.
I'd have said actually the worst one was the last one we had. It was blooming awful. With
but by that point they hadn't.
I don't count them. They're not proper Doctor Who.
Yeah, but they hadn't done those then, had they? I mean, these DVDs came out 2002.
Yeah,
3.
I know that originally Colin Baker had a bit of a huff on for getting getting sacked. So he wouldn't do the regeneration scene, would he?
Oh, wig on him, didn't he?
Yeah, he wouldn't do it.
Turned his face over and he just did this sort of like
and Sylvester McCoy had to sort of, I think,
they did say the worst idea ever for a regeneration was Sylvester McCoy being shot and then into Paul McGann. They said you should have just had Paul McGann straight from the beginning.
Oh yeah, of course. You've just reminded me. I forgot about that.
The worst regeneration of that is he's on a slab and you get Sylvester McCoy doing this with his face, and you get Paul McGann going, "Why am I doing this? I don't really want to do it." and then he looks like Jesus and goes, "Who am I?" and all of this sort of stuff, as if he was some sort of like God proclamation or something, right?
Well, I can't remember.
It's actually the first 25 minutes you don't even see Paul McGann, and it's his film.
Yes, actually, that's true. Wasn't it because they originally commissioned that movie, hoping that it would turn into a series. They were hoping that it was going to turn into a series, so maybe that is why it's taken up with so much of that.
Yeah, but you could have cut Sylvester McCoy down. You could have cut Sylvester McCoy down to about 5 minutes. But they had to do this thing about the Master being destroyed on Skaro with the Daleks.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that business, yeah.
And then you had to have a
Dalek
beautiful...
voices, you were.
You then had to have a beautiful special effect of the Doctor Who symbol and the theme music. Then you had to show the new interior of the Dalek. I mean, the TARDIS. It all looked wonderful with clockwork, bloody clocks.
That's right,
everywhere
I
and
remember.
a time malfunction. And you're going, 25 minutes has gone by at the moment. I ain't seen who this bloody Doctor is yet. I've seen this bloke. There's something else going on. And you see the Master is a slug, and he comes out of this bloody like jewelry case thing, and and you're just going, no wonder. And it's an hour and a half long, which means really you only got an hour of this new Doctor. That's it.
Yeah.
So no wonder it failed.
So it didn't here in this country.
We
got good ratings. But
we also have to understand that John Pertwee died the same week as that was broadcast.
Oh, was it? Oh,
that's why it was dedicated. That's why on certain DVDs you've got it's dedicated to John Pertwee.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it's why they broadcasted it twice, because it was a Bank Holiday Monday that it came out on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
John Pertwee never even got to see it. So there
hey Del, where's your Flesh Gordon backdrop? Jamie's remembered from yes.
I forgot. I'll do that next week. Yeah, penis hands and all that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Si says, I love Salute of the Jugger. It's underrated. That's at Rutger Hauer.
I knew Si would have seen it. He's I'll tell you what, Si's really good with films. Yeah.
It says, I Muckman. And Tony says, Michael, I've seen War Games once when the DVD was released. I found it very enjoyable. Admittedly, it is padded out quite a bit.
It is. It's the longest. It's the longest 10-episode thing, and I tell you, everybody turns around and says it's the most padded. But when you talk about padding, can you really remove an hour and a half to nearly 2
Yes,
hour and a half
of footage
and still make it, you know, a story you can follow?
Yeah.
It's half the program. Out of it.
Muckman says, Salute of the Jugger is fantastic. I had a copy on VHS many years ago. Great cast, including Joe Chen, Delroy Lindo, and Vincent D'Onofrio. All right. It'll be one of my first to pre-order it. Danny says, Cy Robson, hi mate. And then Michael says, Tony, I've been meaning to get around to it, but I believe I own it. But the fact that it is 10 episodes is kind of putting me off. But I'll get around to it eventually. I know what you mean, but it's worth it. It is worth doing the 10 episodes.
I could turn around and say to you, look, watch the 10 episodes before you watch the 90 minutes, but I'm more interested now knowing what your opinion of it is without seeing the 10 episodes.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go back on myself.
Yeah. In fact, watch the new version maybe and then see what you think.
The reason I say keep it like that is I think you'll get more enjoyment out of the 10 episodes than you will the 90 minute.
Yeah.
I want you to say about the 90 minute whether you really like it or not. You might turn around and say it's the best thing since fish fingers in custard, right? Yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, you might also turn around and say, what's this nonsense? Right? Yeah. You watch the 10 episode when you go, clicked.
But I think for us, it's Patrick Troughton, so therefore 10 episodes of Patrick Troughton is fantastic because we don't have enough. He
could read names out of the Yellow Pages, and
we just start watching. There isn't enough Patrick Troughton.
No, there isn't.
It's sad that so many of his episodes are missing. It really is.
Yeah. He's in Maygrey and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
but
why?
He was in Robin Hood for years.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Islander and all that stuff, but we never. Chances are we'll never ever see that.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Danny Duke says, "Hi, matey," and Jamie says, "Salute the Jugger is basically a dystopian sci-fi action moving along the lines of Mad Max crossed with the game Speedball."
It rings a bell. It rings a more of a bell now.
Yeah. Now you mentioned games, you probably.
And it's good he mentions the word Speedball, because I think if you think about James Caan in Rocket Ball, it's not quite the same as Rocket Ball. But Mad Max, it definitely has a Mad Max vibe.
Yeah. Tony says, "Jamie, have you seen Flesh and Blood 1985 with Rutger?"
Yes.
And then Charles Duncan says, "Paulus the Wood Gnome was frightening for kids, especially the witch." Oh.
Can you remember Paulus the Wood Gnome?
No, I never heard of that.
I don't. I was waiting for you to come round, because I remember that. You see, I remember you listening to radio plays in the 40s, so I thought you might have guessed what Paulus the Wood Gnome was. We're talking about Muffin the Mule categories here, and
I've never heard of that.
Pot. When it comes to Flower Pot Men and that's over the news.
I wonder if Denny's heard of that as well. He might have.
Come on, you know full well he does.
Yeah,
and he knows all them. I'm going out. What?
Yeah,
I'm just about remembering Mary, Mungo, and Midge, and you're there describing what they look like. I'm going.
Yeah. Jamie says Near Dark is miles better than Lost Boys. I agree. Yeah.
No, I've got one to me. Yay! Yeah. Somebody agrees with me. Thank
you. I don't think I've even got Lost Boys. I wasn't that impressed with it. Yeah. Yes, Tony, I have Flesh and Blood. It's pretty decent. Oh, there you are. Yeah.
That's supposed to be re-released this year. Flesh and Blood started off all of this Conan. Well, was it before Conan or after Conan? I know that Flesh and Blood is all that sorcery, women with hardly all that sort of stuff. And I believe Flesh and Blood, wasn't that the one where they filmed it? It did really well, and then they redid Flesh and Blood 2 and 3, or they renamed them all different names, and it started up a whole genre of all of these.
Oh, one of those
sexy flesh and blood, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be be this year, wasn't it? In a special.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
something that you had to buy from America only. Yeah, like Conan was.
Yeah. So Jamie says yes. Sorry, Tony says Jamie, it's a good watch.
Yeah.
Stephen Moles, Ian and Delmore. Hello, Stephen. Have you seen a film called Making Contact, aka Joey? It was directed by Roland Emmerich and came out in '85.
It really? Yes. Wasn't Joey a boy with psychic powers that needed to speak to his dead dad or something?
Oh, that sounds interesting.
If something like that.
Oh, 1985.
1985, yeah.
Oh.
But then again, he was a producer and writer back then, but not as big until Independence Day came along.
Yeah, Joey.
And Stargate was the thing that made him a big.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Stargate was massive.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's this boy's so upset about his dad dead that he believes he can contact him from the dead. He's got psychic powers. I remember it because of the name Joey.
Yes, yeah.
I know that.
All right.
Joey, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Stephen says there is a German Blu-ray where you get a director's cut. The only problem is you don't get an English audio. Oh, well, that's no good, is it? That is a problem.
Not for that film.
I think it is. That's what he's saying, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yes, he's saying that. Yeah.
I remember it from going, not Blockbusters. It was one of those independent video boutiques and renting that out.
But that's a shame if there's no English audio.
I remember the lad being on the front cover.
Yeah.
Blue lightning sort of like effects.
Oh, right. Yeah. Charles Duncan says, Oh, I bought Fireball XL5 box set after 8 episodes. I got sick of it. I wish I hadn't bought it. Oh, that is sad, isn't it? That
Well, that
you
is.
get sick of it.
I think really when people start talking about Jerry Anderson, they really start talking about Stingray and afterwards.
Of course,
Fireball XL5 I liked as a kid because I liked the theme song.
Yeah.
Fireball XL5, I wish
Yeah.
I'd been a spaceman, the fastest guy alive, I'd
Yeah.
fly around the universe, all of that. But really, the puppetry in that, and it was all in black and white.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It really doesn't play well now. Stingray, get away with it. Stingray looks magnificent from
It
model.
does.
Jesus,
Yeah.
do you know what? The amount of times I wanted a big flipping Stingray shit in the bathtub.
Same thing. Same. I had one.
Play around in the bath.
Yeah.
It had a propeller at the back, and I tell you what, my mum turned around and said, "You do know that that's just off of the top bottle of a fairy liquid bottle, that thing that spins around at the back. There isn't anything. It's all made up of bits and bobs, that model ship." And I went, "I don't care, Mum. It looks stunning."
Yeah.
I want it painted in silver, and I want to be able to open the top up, and I want to put bloody, them coming down on the poles into the bloody, all that. Because in my brain, that's what was happening.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's how mine was. Loved
I didn't want a dinky toy that'd sink.
Yeah,
I wanted.
I had one in Bath. It was great.
I tell you what, some of the loveliest times I ever had was not having a dinky toy of something. It was getting an Airfix model of the Interceptors from Captain Scarlet and building them together.
Oh, I could build.
Although my favourite dinky toy of all time was the SPV vehicle from Captain Scarlet. That blue tank vehicle was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Captain Scarlet coming out the back, you had a missile coming out the front, you had fractions at the back.
I did like that, but I always preferred Corgi. Corgi was just
well, you're strange, aren't you? You're from Leeds, aren't you? You got to have some quirk.
I mean, look at it. They did that beautiful Chitty Bang Bang car. Wow.
Is that the only reason you want Corgis? Because they did Chitty Bang Bang?
It's fantastic. James Bond car, the gold one. I mean, they were fantastic, all those times. They did Man from Uncle, where you pressed the thing.
You wanted the UFO tank that basically flipped round. There was a gun on top. You wanted it
backwards like this.
You wanted an eagle where they could sell it to you 6 times because they'd buy with a different. You'd have a different middle each time.
Heaven, absolute heaven.
You Leeds people.
Never got into Jerry Anderson apart from UFO.
That's understandable as well. UFO was his first, really, his live action thing. You know, I mean, if you're not into models, he did do the Bishop. That was partly live, didn't he? No, he did. What's it called? It was that one with the bloody bloke who can't speak, who speaks gobbledygook. What was it?
Oh,
it wasn't called the Bishop, but it was sort of. It had a bit. It was a Parsons thing, where he did all this stuff. Drove a car that went about 900 million miles an hour, and all that.
Is it?
He had that bloke who talked weird English.
Yes. Oh. I forgot what it's called. I know exactly which one you mean. Yeah.
But Jerry Anderson always wanted to be a director of live action. He did do episodes of things like The Protectors. But his big show was UFO. Oh yeah, Stanley Irwin. Gobbledygook.
Did he ever get a proper run UFO? Because I always remember seeing it late night and just chucked away. In other words,
I remember watching it on a Sunday at lunchtime.
Oh right, it was a lunchtime one. You saw it. No, was that when it was released?
When that was released, I would have been 1 or 2 years old, so I wouldn't remember.
Oh, so
I would have seen it. I would have seen it from the age of 6 and 7.
Yeah, I'm thinking about when it actually did its first run.
What you have to understand with me is we lived in a fragmented society then, where my network was ATV and yours would have been like whoever it was in Lee. You know, you'd have had that HTV or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was all the different networks. Yeah.
On Sundays at lunchtime, if Tarzan wasn't on, it would be Space 1999 or Planet of the Apes. Or
so it's all the repeats,
reruns of these shows. And because we were sitting around the Sunday roast dinner table, I wanted to get off of my table because we had to eat round it so I could watch these programs. So basically, I'll be watching it, and then my dad would be going up saying, "Right, we're going down your grand's now. You're coming with me." I said, "No, I haven't watched Tarzan yet. Bugger off! You're coming with me. Get your bloody ass off that seat." And I'd be like that, you see. So that's how I remember him, because I never got to see the end of him. The bastard, he kept taking me away from the bloody.
I've got a feeling that UFO didn't really properly have a first run. I think it was probably bought up in some package by each individual region, and they showed it when they wanted. Because when I saw it, it was late night. It was shoved late on at night.
Steve's Gaming is the man who knows, because he's bought books on UFO.
Yeah,
if I remember rightly, there's a weird run. There's a real shooting order. A weird order to watch it in.
Yeah.
If you buy it from certain box sets, they haven't put them in the correct order. In one episode, this bloke's dead, and then the next he turns up 2 episodes later and he's alive.
Yeah.
You know, all of this. I don't think they ever shot it. Broadcast it in the correct order. No. I do believe it used to be on in the evening.
No,
but I think it was not on every week.
I remember it late at night.
In other words, if it was on a Friday, it might have been on a Sunday the next week.
Yeah,
be the following week, and I don't think we got a proper place for it to be put.
I never remember them showing those joined together episodes where they never showed anything like that.
Steve's Gaming's your man for the UFO. I can tell you that now.
I don't remember them being transmitted. I think a lot of people would have got into UFO on the reruns on, was it when BBC 2 or somebody like that, or Channel 4 when they showed them.
Yeah,
but they wouldn't have been on the original.
Trouble with Steve Gaming though, he's a right bastard.
He knows everything.
But he knows what he's talking about. I will give him that. He's from up north as well. So
that's an obvious plus, of course. Mukmamu says, watch a Hugh Grant double bill on Sunday. Paddington in Peru and Heretic. Wow. Really enjoyed both of them. I think Hugh Grant's career has been sensational since he took on bad guy roles. I want
to see Heretic. I want to see Heretic.
I do. Yeah. Heretic looks fantastic. And Richard Brown says, regarding Watership Down, nowadays people are easily upset. Yeah, that's it. I think I never noticed that when
they told me when I bought my new car that you can't put your car in cotton wool. You can't worry about stone chips, and you can't worry. Yeah. I think these days that probably we wrap our children up in cotton wool a little bit. Oh, don't go out. You might meet a stranger. Don't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's
kids are good. I think they pick it up. I think they pick it up now. You know, my mum said don't talk to strangers. I ain't talking to you, you miserable bastard.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think I do understand if you don't do it right, you can get in all sorts of errors and problems, right? But watching a film like Watership Down, it is a scary film. It is.
But I just remember people at the time never made a big thing about it.
No, I saw that at the cinema. I saw that at the cinema.
Nobody made a thing about it. Yeah,
it was part of a double. You know, it was part of the kids, kids cinema on a Saturday that I talk about a lot. Yeah,
I'm surprised that they haven't put the normal thing on at the front, some sort of disclaimer kind of thing, saying, "Oh, this covers this." That's why we're getting our daft. We're always putting these things at the front.
All you've got to do is put there is mild peril.
Yeah.
Mild peril.
Yeah,
because I'm telling you now, kids understand, right? Kids understand this, right? These hairs in this, they talk all the way through it. Now, if you come across a talking hare, I'm running away.
Yeah. Oh, you've gone mad. We'll have to take you to the hospital.
There's no such bloody thing that said, really, Del, I thought you did a really good review of Watership Down. It was really good of you. I'd be running down that garden. I'd be out that door. I'd be going, there's a bloody talking hare in the back of our garden. Right? They know it was animated. They know. They probably read the book.
Yeah. And I tell you something, if BBC show it now, I bet they'll put some blooming warning. Whereas when they showed it the first time, they never bothered. They just showed the thing. They didn't make any comments.
They'll bring race into it. Oh, there is some racist. There are some comments made. There's a black rabbit in it.
Yeah. And there's no gay couple.
Yeah, there's no gay rabbits in it. One of them's not called Thumper. You know what I mean, Jimmy? I'm telling you now, the BBC would do that. Absolutely.
If they remade it, yeah, you're right. Actually, if they redid it, they would.
They did. They did redo it, didn't they? Watership Down about 3 or 4 Christmases ago.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, bloody awful it was.
Was it? I thank God I didn't watch it then. I didn't watch it. No, I don't remember.
I do remember that. It was on a Christmas about 3 or 4 years back.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh. Stephen Moll says, I watched a few films at the weekend. Running Scared, starring Billy Crystal. Renegade, starring Keith Sutherland. Blue Jean Cop, starring Peter Weller. Yeah, that's a good one. Fatal Beauty, starring Sam Elliott. Oh.
Well, I've seen Running Scared, and I do. And the reason I know that is because I've watched a lot of Billy Crystal stuff. Renegades, Keith Sutherland, possibly have seen it, but I don't remember it. So I'm going to say no. Blue Jean Cop, did that not have Jamie Lee Curtis in it?
Yes, I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. Yeah. Yeah,
Fatal Beauty, starring Sam Elliott, rings a bell song again. I'm going to say no.
That, yeah.
Anything where I'm saying rings a bell, I'm pretty sure I'm going to say no. Then
we've probably seen it. It's just so many. Jamie says, I loved him in Cloud Atlas as a cannibal tribe leader. Do you know that's a film that looks really interesting? I've never seen that film, but it didn't do very well, did it?
Yeah, Cloud Atlas.
It looks interesting, though. It looks like an interesting.
I remember that. I remember that being talked about an awful lot. Cloud Atlas.
Yeah,
not too long far back either.
It didn't have.
I just like the idea of I just like the idea of a cannibal tribe leader.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the carry-ons there? Come on in. We'll have some breast. We'll have a bit of breast. We'll have a bit of thigh. Have some with some crackers, with some Jacob's cream crackers and some cheese.
But for dessert, we can have toast. You know,
we'll have rice pudding for we'll have Arctic Whirl. Yeah, we'll have Arctic Whirl. Rafters.
Tony says, very true, Richard. James says 80s cop thriller marathon. Stephen. Movies. Yes, mate. James says, I really want to see Nighthawks starring Stallone and Hunt.
Yeah, I just want to. So this is where I just read that out. Nighthawks is one of those films that my mate, he was heavily into Sylvester Stallone. I'll never forget it. And he said, "Have you seen Nighthawks?" And I went, "No." He said, I said, "You will not recognize Stallone in this film."
All right.
He said, "It's a political bombing type thing."
Oh,
I'll tell you what, Stallone is really, really different, right? From him being a right dumbass type.
Yeah.
Right. He's got glasses on. He's a cop. He's like this, and I'm going, "Oh." Right. And the first time I saw him, it went, "Hang on a minute, that's Lindsay Wagner, right? His girlfriend." Right, lived in this sort of like art studio type thing that he used to climb up the fire escapes to go in and see or something. Right?
Yeah.
And Rutger Hauer was this person going around saying, "I'm going to blow you all bastards up." And it was you had these two cops trying to track Rutger Hauer down. It was the best. I'll tell you now, it was the best 95 minutes I'd seen, right? And I forgot all about it. And then I bought it on DVD, and then I bought it on Blu-ray. I think I've got a Steelbook Blu-ray of it.
Nighthawks, yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot of people talk about it much more, but I do know that it has been brought up on occasion.
Yeah,
I would definitely list that in the, oh my God, get that. Which is why I said, Muckman, if you haven't got that, get it.
Well, listen what he says here. It's expensive.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that's the other reason why you can't.
Yeah.
You know.
And then Outpost 131 says, running scared is quality. Great chemistry between Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines.
Yeah, because Billy Crystal always brings in that comedy element. Ever since he was in Soap, he's got this dry wit. Even in When Harry Met Sally, even in When Throw Mama from the Train. I tell you what, nobody really talks about Throw Mama from the Train. I find that brilliant because it's a Hitchcock comedy type thing with Danny DeVito, right? Where they got to get rid of that woman that's in the Goonies. You know,
that's right.
Really ugly, right? And she goes, who's that person that's sitting on our bench like this? She talks like this all the way through it, doesn't she? And he says, look. And it was always based on Hitchcock, wasn't it? Criss Cross. Yeah. I'll kill your wife if you kill my mother, right? And they don't actually get away with any of it, really.
No.
And it's got Mrs. Columbo in it, hasn't it? It's got Jane Mulgrew from Voyager in it. She's the wife of Billy Crystal, and it's the mother that Billy Crystal's got to.
Has he retired? Because I don't remember any films.
He was on a chat show the other day, and I'm pretty sure he said he's still doing stuff. I think it's mostly to do. I think he's doing theatre stuff mostly now, or voiceover.
Oh, right, yeah. He's gone into theatre more.
You know how people never really retire. They I don't think he's doing much film stuff.
No.
He had a beard on then. He had a beard.
Oh, right.
You know, he looked like Grizzly Adams when I saw him.
Was he looking his age then?
Oh yeah, I was going bloody hell, he aged.
Yeah.
And then again, there's been a long gap between where I saw him last and where I didn't. And I remember watching on YouTube his roasting of Muhammad Ali.
Oh right,
he did this famous sketch, and it was a poem of Muhammad Ali, and it was all based around the fights. And he, basically Muhammad Ali said it was the best thing he'd ever heard of, and that's why he got into his poetry and all of this sort of stuff, because he hammed up all of the stuff. You know, he was talking about all of the commentators around there. He's a good boy, talking like this. He's going to be all good, and I float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and all that sort of stuff. And he was doing all of this. And he was really taking the piss out of Muhammad Ali. And Muhammad Ali was there looking in the audience going, "Gonna get you like this." And he said in one of the documentaries, he said, "I was shitting myself." He got somebody right who's 3 times world champion sticking his fist himself like this while he was doing his sketching. But I mean, I loved him in Soap. It's a shame that they made his character gay. I think it damaged his career for a long time. Anything you could do in films is if you're gay, all of this sort of stuff. I think it's terrible, these jobbing actors that then a stereotype.
They
feel that they have to get out of something because they're going to be recognized as being gay.
Go back to theatre, probably.
So they go into theatre where they just go, I'll just
forget they have to earn a living. That's it. You know, they have to earn a living.
If you live in this country, where are you going to put the gas and the electric on?
You've got to do out.
I might have bought the house, but the gas and the electric don't come free.
So actually, do people still go to the theatre then? They must do. People must go to the theatre still.
I think if it's priced right and you go to an evening, if you've got a tourist that's staying in a hotel, they go to an evening session. If you're a member of, if you live in London, you get to see the stuff in the afternoon. It's half price. I don't think anybody can actually get to see ABBA in that ABBA, for that for that.
I wonder what about in provinces
that
outside London.
What I was trying to say, that computer-generated ABBA thing, I think it's sold out for 4 months.
Oh, it's a winner all the way.
And they show that. About, they show that 3 or 4 times a day.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. But you do it. I mean, some actors say they prefer the theatre and absolutely love going to the theatre. So they go
all I can say about the chemistry between Billy Crystal, Gregory Hines, absolutely. And I tell you what, I don't think many people could name films that Gregory Hines has done. Much, in recent years. I don't know if he's alive. Is he?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard of Gregory Hines in years.
No.
Is he alive? Don't know. I'm not sure. There's so many actors we've lost. I tell you what, I just go, really? I don't remember that coming up in the Oscars about that bloke dying and all of that.
Yeah. Jamie says trying to find it cheap. Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what,
is a great movie.
Just so you know, McMahon, I've got it on DVD, I've got it on Blu-ray, and I've got it on Steelbook Blu-ray. If I find my DVD or my standard Blu-ray, I'll send it to you. I'll never send you my Steelbook, you bastard, because you got more Steelbooks than I got, you little shit. Right.
There you are. Lovely. Richard Brett, Lindsay Wagner there. Stephen says, I also watched Vampires Los Muertos, starring John Bon Jovi, and it was shit. Not a patch on the first one, starring James Wood. John Bon Jovi can't act for shit and should be stick to music. Well, personally, I'd rather he didn't want even doing music.
Wasn't James Woods in the John Carpenter Vampires?
Yes, he was. Yeah, yes, he was.
That's what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
I've never seen John Bon Jovi act, and I don't like his music.
I'd rather not.
I'm just going to get myself another glass of Coke. So just carry on.
Okay, I'll carry on then. Then we've got, let's see. Outpost 31. Ian, if you like Korean movies, watch I Saw the Devil. Jamie recommended, I think, that one, and I've ordered it. I got it on Music Magpie, and I saw it and immediately ordered it because I want to get into more of them films. Plus, some more. I think I ordered a couple more. They should be coming in next few days. But I Saw the Devil, I know, was recommended. I think I was just doing research, and I think Jamie recommended it. So I've ordered that one. That should be coming. I should have that soon. So I'm looking forward to watching it, definitely.
I Saw the Devil. His name was Tony Yorks. You bastard! I will get you. You get. Sorry. Richard
Brown, The Wailing. I don't know about what The Wailing.
You've got to have a Delboy rant.
With the Delboy rant, it's more like The Wailing. Yeah.
Yeah, with my size, with blubber?
I've not had a rant yet. I've had a proper yet. There's time. There's time for me to have a good run. I thought I was very kind with films this week. I didn't do any bad ones.
That was kind.
Yeah. James says, Ian, great to hear you like both my recommendations of The Eye and Tale of the Two Sisters. Yeah, they were fantastic. It's a new world.
He told me before we broadcast he's scared of you. And that he had to turn around and say that they were good. Otherwise, he knew that you were going to come around and beat him up. So he said that they were good, but actually he said they were shite. He didn't really want to tell anybody about it.
Dear. Yeah. What can you expect? He's a southerner, southern softies.
He knows you're only 20.
They talk absolute rubbish.
He knows you're only 20 miles away down the road.
He tries to cause trouble. And it's all because, you know what they're like. No,
you only live 20 miles away. Of course, he's going to say they're nice. It's not like you're at 200 miles away, like from me, is it? So
no. Jamie's a Yorkshireman, and he's born in perhaps the best city in the whole of the world.
Oxford,
Leeds. So
Oxford. He lives in Oxford, does he? Bloody hell!
No,
I mean,
Leeds, lad. Leeds. By heck, it won't be down south, would it? Bloody hell!
Well, that's the best place to be.
Outpost 31 says the Wailing. Good call. All right, yeah, that's this film mentioned. I recommended. I saw The Devil to him already. There you are. Outpost 31. It's by the same director as Tale of Two Cities. And I say I'm waiting for it. Hopefully it should be here in a few days. Fantastic. I can't wait to watch it. The Wailing is great. All right. So that's come up a few times. Stephen Moll says, Breakheart Pass. Yeah, it's a good film. Assassination. These are other films. Kinjit. I don't know.
Kinjite, isn't it? Kinjite.
Murphy's Law. Yeah, I've heard of Murphy's Law. 10 to Midnight are good Bronson movies. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen Murphy's Law. I've seen 10 to Midnight. I haven't seen Kinjite. I've not seen Assassination.
Yeah. No. But I'll definitely be watching more Bronson films. Definitely.
Underrated.
I love it.
And like I said, one of the first things he ever did was a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing I didn't realize is that his wife appears in a lot of his films, doesn't he? Jill Island. Yeah.
Jill Island. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jill Island. Yeah.
It's a shame what happened. She had an affair, didn't she? One of his, with another actor, didn't she? That's
I know she died before him, and he did marry again, actually. But I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure she had an affair or something like that. I'm wondering if I'm thinking about somebody else. Like again, I
don't think he did actually. He was heartbroken. She had cancer. I think she died of cancer. And
that might be the reason why I'm thinking about that, because he said about being heartbroken and all of that.
Yeah, I don't. It reminds me of like poor Peter Cushing when his wife died. I think they carry on, and things are not the same again. I know he did marry again.
I think everybody remembers the episode of him going on Jim Will Fix It, even though we don't want to mention that name.
No.
But they named a rose, didn't they, after his wife?
Oh, right.
He was so overcome. He went, I'm so loving all of this. I found out later on when you wiki that they only grew this rose for 3 years and then they stopped making it.
Oh.
As soon as the publicity went, because it's a cross-pollination between two roses, they called this rose after Peter Cushing's wife. And then when he died, that was it. There's no point carrying on with it. They stopped doing it. I think that's terribly sad.
Yeah.
Terribly sad.
And I'm not keen on them using Peter Cushing. We have discussed it before, but it seems sacrilege to me that to use his image in this, films again. It's just wrong. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
I just think it's wrong. But anyhow, Tony.
By the way, in honor of you, Ian, I've put James Mason's name prominently in my background picture.
Oh yes, yeah.
So don't tell me that I'm not an adopted northerner.
Okay, I'll give you some. I'll give you a few points for that. Yeah, that is good.
I only lived up there for 7 years. Do I have any points? Do I get that?
But yeah.
How many years have you lived down south? So tell me, how many years have you lived down south, and I'll tell you how many years I've lived up north.
Yeah,
and we'll see who wins.
Yeah, I'm down south.
You miserable fish-fingered bastard. Right, get on with it. Right.
Tony says, Del, I think the circle tactic in Native American battles maybe originated in circling wagons.
All right.
Wow.
I really genuinely wanted to know. I wasn't taking the piss. I was going,
Yeah, I know. It's a genuine question. Yeah.
I only just thought about it, and I went, "It's a very strange thing to do." You know how they round up things. I mean, I can understand it. You round them up into one area, shoot the shit out of them.
Yeah.
But they were always on horses running around. They could never hit anybody. And all the others, they were standing still or lying on the ground still, potting shots at them.
Yeah.
And I just went, which one had the better tactics?
Yeah. Or, of course, they would send arrows that were on fire. So you'd get all them blazing up. All those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they took an age. I tell you what, did they have some sort of fire protection varnish?
Did they carry a fire with them?
They
carry a fire.
They took about 60 minutes to burn down, and then what the hell was going on here?
You imagine in Wild trying to start a fire up. You couldn't do it. So how did they light those? That's a good question. Where did they get the fire from to light the arrows?
Yeah, and how come when they hit the bloody wooden things, it took about 20 hours for it to burn through? Because for goodness sake, these things would have gone up in flames, and the whole town would have been in flames and burnt down in around about 30 minutes. Right, but you've got a wagon made out of this wooden stuff, and it can last you. I tell you what, you ought to build the town out of these out of the carriages, because those last longer. You know what I mean? He goes, where do you get that wood from? Can I build my saloon out of that? Because I want it to last.
Can you imagine that they're on the horses speeding along? Well, surely the arrows will be blown out by the wind.
Yeah,
the thing it wouldn't light properly, would it?
Yeah, there's probably some poor Indian with a load of tar in barrels behind you. You're like, dip your arrows in here, lads. Fire them off. Who's the bloke with the match? Over here. They had a big conveyor belt of horses. Dip it in, then set fire to it, then fire, go round in a circle, dip it in, get fire to it, go fire, go back round. What? What's all that about?
Yeah. Oh dear.
I wouldn't want to be the Indian with the barrels of oil. It'd be covered in oil by the time
Also, in these films as well, it always makes me laugh. They've got one hand and they're shooting with a rifle.
Oh, yeah.
Shooting with a rifle, one-handed.
And they're cocking it like this and going...
God.
All I was thinking is the bloke with this barrel full of oil, right? Whatever you do, don't pass the peace pipe to him afterwards, because he'll be up in fucking flames, wouldn't he? Unless he's had a bath. I don't think any of them had baths, did they, or anything back then? You've got to wash all the war paint off.
Oh dear. That's a good one. And then, the Stone Killer. Sorry, the Richard says, Bronson. I'm not sure if it's a Korean, but has anyone seen The Sadness? It's absolute brutal. Oh, I think I've heard that name, the mention before, but I don't know anything about it. I wonder if Jamie and all them might know about it.
We'll bound sure to.
I
know I haven't.
A Hard Day, The Yellow Sea, Chaser, Memories of Murder, and A Bittersweet Life. Yeah, I've ordered that one. I'm hoping that's going to come soon as well. A great Korean thrillers. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to them. Yeah, so I'll probably may get some more as well.
Wouldn't have a clue next.
Yeah. Definitely worth it. Yeah. I'm still laughing at the Indians. We've ruined all people's versions of westerns now. We're watching them and ruined them.
Yeah, we'll be watching all these films saying, "Look out for the bloke with the barrels." He might be set alight at the end.
Um, talking about Japanese movies, has, has anyone seen Tag?
No.
No, not seen that one. Is that good? Not seen The Sadness yet, Sigh. It's on my list to watch. Here it is again, This Sadness. Sorry, Robson. Yeah, The Sadness. I'll have to have a check up on this Sadness business. Muckmans, you need to watch it.
Just download 52 weeks of my blog. You'll know the sadness. I might get an Oscar if enough people watch it. That's an Oscar performance there from Del. Hey, the sadness.
Oh, it's sad.
Shut your face. Get on with it. I bet you any money we ain't got to 8:30 yet. Come on.
8:30. Yeah, I think we've gone a bit past that.
Oh, have a look.
It's now 22:21. Yes, we are a bit past that. Right. And then Richard Brown says it's because they can't ride in a square.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah,
I better move.
Got to draw a line in the sand. Look, because we can ride round in circles, but with us drawing a square, we got to draw that on the ground before we can do it.
Yeah. The Ju-on films creep me out. All right. Those the Korean films, possibly South Korean. Yeah.
I'm learning so much. So this Muckman Movies, which is a brilliant bloke, by the way, please subscribe to Muckman Movies. I subscribe, never look back. Tell you now, absolutely brilliant. I need to watch the Seven Samurai, and then I know that I'm going to be spending an absolute fortune trying to find out Korean films.
Yeah, you're gonna, and I think you'll enjoy it.
That's the trouble. That's the trouble. Yeah. But I don't mind that sort of trouble. Because that gets me quality stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Rather than darts at a darts board and go, that sounds all right. That one sounds all right.
Yeah.
That one sounds all right.
Yeah. I think it's good to experience different cinema, different directors, the way they look at things, the way culture plays a part in how they tell a story. There's loads of brilliant
Japanese, Korean, all of that. I'll be looking at it.
Yeah,
I need to sort of like really take notes a little bit more from Muckman and Psy, Psy in particular.
Yeah,
Tony York if I have to, but he's a bastard. So I mean, I might listen to him.
Yeah,
and then get some stuff. You know what I mean?
So just I've got to a stage where I always forget, but I'll remember. If anybody watching this week still hasn't subscribed to Delboy's channel,
oh good
please look in the description and you'll find a link to his channel. Please go over and subscribe. He does a wonderful blog that he must get fed up of everybody saying, all you do is a blog, but he does a lot more. Yeah. He's very much a gaming man. He does loads of game stuff. And he also does film reviews.
Yeah.
And as I say in the title, it's got a retro feel. So go over there and subscribe. And now after I've done that, I'll carry on.
That's very nice, but I'll tell you now, if you haven't liked this bloody thing tonight that we're doing, that's a bloody bad thing as well. You've got 13 people in the room, and I bet you any money you ain't got half of those hit the like button. So I'm going to say to you guys, please hit the like button if you're enjoying this tonight. It really does help Ian out, and Ian, he's a great guy, and he does a lot of stuff. I tell you now, when I write my blog out, half the page is written out on what he's brought out this week. How many bloody films that you've liked that are films in 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5? How many Doctor Who's? How many DVDs reviews? How many? It takes up half a page, I tell you, of me writing out what he does just in 1 week. But taking all that back for a little bit, for a little minute, even if you don't want to listen to a whole blog, if you just want to know what's out this week on DVD and Steelbooks and stuff, right at the end, I do what I've picked up, and I do buy an awful lot each week. So if you wanted to know what the box looks like of Watership Down, of Oppenheimer, and all of that sort of stuff, like I showed at the beginning of this video here, just this week, and we're only at Wednesday, I've had 6 Blu-ray 4Ks come through. 6. Yeah. And we're not talking like, oh, these things are cheap anymore. That's a big chunk of real estate, I can tell you now. So, you know, it just to see what the covers look like, whether it looks something interesting, you'll get that from Muckman, you'll get that from me. We all show the covers off of our stuff, unboxings, you know, hauls that we've done from Kex. They're all interesting. But we're all here to educate a little bit and stop you from buying something that you think that might be shit. Because I'm telling you now, we don't like lying about stuff either. If we think a picture looks pretty dodgy, or if the box comes battered and shattered and dented, we'll tell you about it and where to get it from. So there's a lot of people out there that I think ought to get a lot more talked about at the moment. Muckman Movies is one. Tony York, begrudgingly, you little bastard. Cy Robson, Ian for definite. Do hit the like button. And now carry on, Ian, because as much as you're saying go and watch my I might get one out of that, you know, every 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I think you ought to get a lot more recognition than you do. So
well, thank you. That's good. I just enjoy doing what I do, and you know, every day I like to just do a video. I do one virtually every day, and I enjoy it. You know, today I did really good music one that I enjoyed. Which was Carole King. I did today.
Oh, what happened?
Very interesting. I forgot to mention Carole King, didn't I? When right at the beginning, but Carole King was the artist I looked at.
Oh no, Carole King's the songstress, isn't it? Not Tapestry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I did a classic album, of course.
They did an actual theatre of her life, didn't they? Of Carole King, the Carole King story, didn't they? In the West End.
Oh, really? Actually, I think you're right. Actually, yeah. The more I didn't dwell on that, but yes, they did. Yeah. She also Tapestry is the album, of course, which is the classic album. Massive worldwide.
She did a lot. Album. She did a lot of music with a co-person that she married, and when they got divorced, I think was it when
James Taylor.
Yeah, when they got divorced, she
Goffin was the one that she did a lot of songwriting. Here, I mentioned it here. This is the album. It's a classic album.
I was right with Tapestry then. Bloody hell.
Yeah, Tapestry. And she came over in 2016, I didn't know, and did a performance of the whole album in Hyde Park, which they've released apparently.
She did some stuff with Burt Bacharach, didn't she?
She's worked with loads of people.
She's worked with loads, but I remember that she did a lot with Burt Bacharach.
But that album typified that period, about early 70s, when I was just getting into music, serious music, and discovering albums. And that is a real true album of that period. You'd say it represents what.
Anyway, don't want to give too much away. You've got to watch the video.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not going on a bit, so I don't want to start preaching. I get
no. Sorry, hang on. Newsflash: Ian goes on a bit. Newsflash at 11.
Ramblings. I end up
that's news to me. I thought he was snappy and just comes out.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Steve Mill says Flashback starring Keith Sutherland and Dennis Hooper is a good film worth checking out. Great actors, both of them. Flashback sounds good.
Yeah, Flashback. Yeah.
Tony says Breakhouse Pass is an unusual Western, Ian. Yeah, I love it. Has a bit of everything: cavalry, Indians, train, espionage. Exactly.
I haven't seen that. I don't think. No.
It's a really good. I think you'd like it. And it says it's based on Alistair MacLean novel. And
yes, right. You said about it earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, brilliant. Outpost 31, great Spanish horror when evil lurks. Yeah, now Spanish horror is an area I'd like to look at more as well. I'm working on that. It's got a very good reputation, Spanish horror.
I remember a real Spanish horror, right? I had some paella. I was on the toilet. I tell you what, all night.
Yes,
all night. It was a real horror. I can tell you.
Right. Thank you for that description. We get the picture. Thank you. Jamie says, "Good one, that an outpost." Yeah. Wee Bob
Hey!
Hello, Wee Bob.
My mate Bob.
Yeah, and he says, "The Devil's Backbone is a great ghost story." All right, yeah, check that out as well.
Followed up by The Devil's Left Toe, and
Wee Bob, I McMahon. Outpost 81, Muckman movies, Devil's Backbone is excellent. Oh, right. That sounds really good.
Yeah, it does actually. I was taking the piss, but I was, I didn't really mean to.
No, sorry, talking to yourself. Yes, because I forget, senile I'm going.
Yeah.
He knows I'm getting very senile. Yeah, it's already started.
Hang on a minute. What were you doing? All we know, you said, talk amongst yourselves. You know how senile I'm getting. We don't know what we're doing.
I was just I've got a piece of paper which I'm making notes of things,
bloody hell, recommended. Man. For all the people that are watching in black and white, it's behind the yellow again.
Oh, not that old joke again. Oh, the snooker one. That is the snooker.
Well, that's what was happening. We didn't know what the bloody hell was going on. You might as well have been doing a mime.
And Ross says, "Hello, all."
Hello, all. Yeah.
Hello, all. Yes. Hello.
Welcome to the madhouse.
Tony says, "If you're interested in the American War of Independence, there's a good series called Turn from 2014 to 2017. I have the first 3 series on DVD, but not managed to get the 4th yet. It's quite expensive."
Is that a HBO thing or something on Netflix? Or
I bet it is one of those. You bet. Yeah.
If it is, I'll start looking it up. But it's just that. Yeah. When you go back to 2014, you're in Deadwood Place. And I tell you what, it's really hard sometimes to find places that will still show that because it's so old.
Oh, yeah.
2014 to 2017. I mean, when you consider that, that's 7 years to get to the end of series 3. So to go back 8, 9, 10 years and you're going, what?
Yeah.
And they don't really show things that length of time anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Richard Brown, The Hill is excellent.
Bloody well is. Yeah. What film? Yeah. Sean Connery,
Yeah. It's a good name, that. The Hill. Yeah. Has anyone seen the trailer Amour starring Sylvester Stallone and Jason Patrick? The first time Stallone plays the bad guy in a movie.
Yeah, it's on Prime, isn't it? That Stallone thing, or is it on? It's one of those ones. He's sitting in a chair, and it says it's a gangster film, a gangster thing. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I've seen that one that pops up on a trailer. I don't know. Yeah,
it's about his family or something.
Yeah. Tony York says good cast in Hell Drivers in. Oh, it was. Yeah. Crazy speeded up wagon chasers. Yeah, it is a bit daft, but it's a really good film. I totally enjoyed
it. They weren't speeding up; they were just on speed. Half of Hollywood was blown out of their mind when they were doing half of this stuff. I'll tell you that
now. Tony York says, "I just watched William Hartnell in a 1960 film as a safecracker, Piccadilly, third stop." Yeah. 1960, what a year that was. Absolutely brilliant.
William Hartnell William Hartnell, the Doctor, was a thief before he was the Doctor. How can that be? Although he did steal the TARDIS, I don't believe he was a safe cracker.
Well, there you are. That's how he managed
Time Lord.
Yeah.
It's all this business.
He's a man of many, many skills and does all sorts. Great actor, William Hartnell. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I will say, I think he's underrated. That every time you see a interview with him, he looks so grumpy.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And the problem with it is that I think he was much softer man than what
yes,
was.
yeah,
and I think he was a very talented man. I think he was stereotyped again. He was hard men in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He was either a villain or he was a sergeant or he was, he was in authority or under the cuff or something like that. So, yeah, probably just comes away as that difficult in his life as well.
Yeah. Tony York says, I don't usually go for comic book adaptations, but really enjoyed V for Vendetta. I think it was originally written as a commentary on the 80s and Thatcherism.
Yes.
It probably are. I think that's true, yeah.
It's as I was saying. I'm not sure if it's Alan Moore. I'm pretty sure it is. He was very political. A lot of his comics were very political. He was told lots and lots of times to pare it back, but he would continue to do it. He was very big on Thatcherism, all of it. Not big on it. Just how bad a country they were living in.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a biggish man with a huge beard. And he basically just went on rants. About stuff. So when he wrote V for Vendetta, he was in full rant mode.
I really did enjoy it. It's just I don't know about Charles Duncan. Ian, L drivers must have sped up like Keystone Cops. Oh, Keystone Cops. They used to speed them up, didn't they?
Didn't they just? They hadn't cranked that camera, didn't they?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Tony says, Charles, yes, those wagon chase scenes are crazy. Yeah, it was a bit daft, but enjoyable. Cyrosa says, John Hurt is brilliant in The Proposition. He's only in 2 scenes, but he steals the show in them. I mean, if you get an actor who steals the show in 2 scenes, that tells you a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I just think that he was underused in so many films.
Who do you think in this day and age can sort of like take the place of John Hurt? That guy, is his name Bill Nye? Is he the one who was who was in Harry Potter and
there's that other bloke. Yeah.
He played William Hartnell as in the Doctor in that
yes. I've forgotten his name. I know you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Is it Bill Nye or whatever his name is? That his name?
I don't think it's that, but it's. I can't.
I see him doing his voice as well. I see him as being a person that could do a John Hurt, steal a film and a couple of scenes type thing. He's very, very eye-catching to a film because he was in that that pub crawl one, the last of the Cornetto trilogy.
World's End.
World's End. He's one of the teachers that talks about how these aliens have come down, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's great at telling all of that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? He's got that glint and he's got that roughness in his voice and all that sort of stuff. I think he'd be good as a replacement to doing some John Hurt stuff.
Yeah.
John Hurt was one of my favorites. I thought John Hurt was brilliant.
Yeah. He's got a really long career as well.
You go on about 10 Rillington Place, and
That's right.
I agree. It's a great film. But he's done so much more after that. I mean,
there's loads and loads. Yeah.
The man was so versatile.
If you just look at his filmography, you can look it up on.
He was a bit like Gary Oldman of the 50s or something.
And of course, one of his greatest roles is the Elephant Man, isn't it? It has to be.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I mean, that is such a great
And yet
performance.
he doesn't care that you don't see his face.
Yeah, and it's a quality actor who can do that. Really quality.
Yeah.
Right.
Hasn't got an ego, in other words.
Yeah.
It's all about the craft.
Yes, yeah. Charles Duncan says, Tony Hawk, good movie, all the same. Oh yeah, that's that one. Charles, definitely. Maybe that's the only way they could do such scenes at the time. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
It probably is. Stephen Moore says, I watched The Three Musketeers starring Kiefer Sutherland last night, but the DVD is shocking.
Did you say
Kiefer Sutherland?
Gummy Sutherland. Go on.
Last night, but the DV is shocking. You have to turn the disc over. Oh God, that is an old one. Over halfway through, which I don't know why, because it's only 105 minutes long. But there were those early DVDs that were like that. Oh, yes. Thank heavens we don't have them anymore.
Yeah, I swear it was because of the where they got it from, or where the because laser discs you had to turn over because you couldn't put stuff on the other side. If you couldn't really then splice it together and then put that out as a DVD or something like that. I swear sometimes that the reason that they were split in half was because they were either cheaper knockoff DVDs, or they were, or the actual source that they got the film from was one of those earlier like laserdiscs that they just ported across.
Yes,
so they put them on two sides.
It could have been just lazy doing that. Quick way of putting them on. Yeah.
Early days of stuff, innit?
Yeah,
whatever you can get out,
Yeah. Richard Bass says, Witchfinder General, a Western in England. Now that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Would you say it's a Western?
No, I wouldn't really, but I can see where maybe it might be coming.
It's got a lot of the army and the church.
Yeah, it's for me, it's a straight historical drama. With horror elements. It's not. A lot of people immediately say, "Oh, it's a horror film." Yeah,
I just remember
that because it's Vincent Price, but really, it's a historical drama based on a true character, and also it's the violence in it. I think that gives it the horror element. It's the violence. That's what it's about.
I just remember, apart from the church that's all the way through it, there's a lot of army, a lot of people in the red coats.
It's the Civil War period, yeah.
So
and Ian Ogilvy's in it, of course.
Yeah, so from my point of view, there's a lot of countryside, a lot of villages that look like they got sand everywhere on the ground, horses because they churned up all the mud, and then the church basically going around going, "You're a witch."
Yeah. And Vincent Price is good because the director kept him right in place.
Oh yeah,
and said he didn't want him going over top, camping it up, and it's better for it. His performance is fantastic, and he admitted afterwards that it was this young director actually stood up to him and said, "This is how I want it," and it works well.
I think he classed Witchfinder General as being a good film that he did.
I think he realised it was a great performance. Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, that's a 1970s film. After that, he did Dr. Phibes. Then he did Dr. Phibes Rides Again.
That's right.
He did Theatre of Blood. He was on a crest of a wave, really. That he just basically went along. And we over here loved him for that. And then over in America, I think that because a lot of them were British made.
Yeah.
Probably not so much, but then he was more recognized for TV over there, his voice, his character.
Exactly.
All of that sort of stuff. So he was then doing things like a voiceover narrative or he was in a Twilight Zone episode or an Outer Limits episode or something, some sort of like the Love Boat.
Yes.
I mean? All of that. So you couldn't turn really without seeing Vincent or hearing Vincent Price.
And it's cooking. He did a cooking program, didn't he? And was
But he talked about that on the Carson show, and he said he did that for money.
Yeah. Because reason, do you know, a reason I was reminded of that, because it was one of this week's releases, wasn't it? New releases that came out.
I remember.
I was looking, and it was his cooking DVD or Blu-ray, I think, of his TV series.
I just remember he went on Carson and he was talking to his grandchildren. And he said, "What is he most embarrassed about?" And he did turn around and he said, "There's a lot of stuff that I'm embarrassed about in the past, but one of them will be that somebody told me that I could read anything out of a book and people would recognize who I am, and I did a cookery program that I'm not exactly happy about, but." My wife always said I cooked up a good meal, so I did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was nice because he mentioned his wife, and you don't really get to listen to him talk about his grandchildren.
No.
Nice.
And then we've got.
Although I don't think even I would buy a video of Vincent Price showing how to cook a souffle.
No, I don't think I would. Even though you can listen to his voice.
If it comes out as a steel book, you never know.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would.
Yeah, that's right. Anyhow, this is interesting because I mentioned it before. Tony said, Ian, the Florida natives were Seminoles. That's what they were called, this Native American lot. I'd never heard of Seminoles before. Another I enjoy, as it's quite rare to get any Western set anywhere other than planes.
Yeah, because we won't talk about it now, but you see, that always bodes a question to me now, like saying, okay, so what's the difference between a Seminole Indian, Native Indian, and any of the other Indians that would have been, right? Because Florida is pretty flat. It's not mountainous or anything like that. You understand about Indians protecting their territory, and they were all in the hard areas of what they call America. You know, the far west, the Rockies, all of this sort of stuff. And you hear about how that land was torn up and all of that sort of stuff. Florida, I just think to myself, what the hell's what do Indians do in Florida? Is there any buffaloes there? I mean, they're not well known for buffalo country, are they? It's where you get your oranges from.
It's interesting because you don't think of cowboys and stuff like that in Florida, do you?
Yeah, you see a Western, don't you? And they go, right, we're going into the new San Francisco or the new New York, and then they're going into, right? You hear about all of these, right?
We forget about all of this.
I don't hear them turn around and say the Indians walking into a Miami bar.
Yeah.
I mean, what's that all about? So,
that's what makes it fascinating, that you learn about American history that perhaps Hollywood.
Yeah, but we won't go into it because we'll never get to the bottom.
But it is an interesting point. Anyway, I'm still laughing about the Indians and how they fight, but that's another story.
Was that something I said?
My DVD of Shawshank Redemption and Armageddon are double-sided. It did happen.
They did do one box editions with two discs. One disc and one film each side.
Yeah,
but I do remember the A and the B on each side of certain DVDs that were actually just one film.
The earlier DVDs, then didn't they just stick on quite a lot of films, didn't they, on these? Very poor transfers, I think.
If they fitted on one side, it's the same amount.
Yeah, because do you remember the very early DVD machines? You have these DVD machines, and with it, you'd got all these films. I don't know, 50 films or 60 or more, and they were all on these DVDs.
They were more VCDs put onto DVD, and just like an MP3 CD, you could have lots and lots and lots and lots of tracks, right? Because it wasn't a burning of an audio onto an audio format.
Yeah.
But when it comes to films, you'd have to compress it.
Yeah, right.
To put it on the same, but that has to have 3 films on one side.
Yeah.
But if you're having one film each side, then you could market something as 6 films, and you'd only have to put 3 DVDs in it, but you'd lose the label. And it would just have an inner label that said A and B and A and B and A and B.
All that, yeah.
And then on the on the cover, you would see the chapter stops, and it would say disc 1A, disc 2, disc 1B.
Yeah,
it's just a cheaper way of doing it.
Yeah.
I'm glad we don't do that, but they still do that with Blu-rays.
Yeah,
I got a couple of Blu-rays where they're side A and B.
All right, I don't think I've got any.
Haven't got any 4Ks.
No.
Blu-ray.
Yeah. Steve's game says, Ian Dell, is Doctor Who Pyramid of Mars out on Blu-ray? I'm looking for it for the wife and can't find it. I don't think that season is out on Blu-ray at all.
No, Pyramids of Mars is on the same.
It's just on DVD, isn't it?
It's the same. It's the same season as Brain of Morbius.
Oh, wait a minute! Haven't they done some awful version of it, another condensed version, and released it on Blu-ray? That because you remember there's this awful story. I hardly like to talk about the last season of. They brought Sutek back, didn't they? Supposedly.
Oh yeah, they brought them back in the latest. And
I'm sure they may have released the original Pyramids of Mars, but as it is, it's probably in some knockdown version. I dread to
that's
think.
what I think. What he's trying to say is, what season did Pyramids of Mars come out? Is that out as a collector's? So it came out in what? Season 14.
Yeah, it's not out on box set at the moment on the Blu-ray.
No,
it's not on a Bluray.
But I'm going to say, I'm going to say, out on a limb, it's not on Blu-ray.
Yeah, no.
Because I tell you what, the moment that Pyramids of Mars, Brain of Morbius, Hands of Fear, the Seeds of Death,
and
all of that is out as a collection. I'm having it. That was the season of horror.
I think that'll come out. I feel it'll come out next year. I think we'll get a good Tom Baker one next year. I think that'll be it. It's one that everybody wants, I think.
Yeah.
And then Sumo says the Blu-ray of the Three Musketeers from the Disney Movie Club goes for a lot of money on eBay. It needs a Blu-ray here in the UK.
This Disney Movie Club is a pain in the ass because you can't get the Black Hole on Blu-ray unless you're a part of the Disney Movie Club.
And they've stopped it, haven't they, now as well?
But even so, would you in the UK join the Disney Movie Club?
No.
A couple of bloody films.
No, a rip-off, I would imagine.
I mean, at the end of the day, these they should know by now that these ones that are so being scalped. If you brought them out now on standard Blu-ray, Disney, you'd be getting the money, not the scalpers.
Yeah.
And B, the scalpers would be having to turn somewhere else to get their peddling their stuff because you know, apart from a slip cover with a glossy glitter frame around it, you might as well get the newer one.
Yeah.
And it's about time things like the Black Hole got bloody 4K treatment anyway.
Oh, and they know it. They know it as well. Charles Duncan says, Tonio, I know, but back then there was still no health and safety in movies anyway.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Especially with that poor guy with the oil and the barrels. But
what was the scariest part of the eye for you, Ian?
That's that jelly bit that's round the corner here. I find that really scary. I mean, it's like you try putting drops in your eye. That scares me. The bloody. Oh, I see the film. Sorry.
The film. Oh, crikey. Oh.
Scariest part of the eye's got to be the coroner. Anyway, just cornea. Just carry on anyway.
Oh, dear. Do you know there were so many scenes in there that was so creepy. I don't know. Off back of my head, I don't know. I just
I'll tell you the scariest. I'll tell you the scariest part when somebody turned around and said it was 25 quid over the counter. I went, "What? 25 quid scares me to death." She said 25. I thought it was £7.95, bastards. Oh,
Yeah,
but I nearly had a heart attack when she said, "I want your credit card." You know. No, you've seen The Eye.
Actually,
I've downloaded it. You told me it was a great film. What is the scariest part? Come on.
I think of The Eye. Yeah, connected with that. You know it's going to happen, but the bird in the cage, you know it's going to happen. You get this scene where it's this the wicked stepmother loves a bird in the cage, and you can imagine that something nasty might happen, and it does. So I suppose you could say that is. I knew when they showed that bird in the cage, I thought, you've not just shown that bird in the cage for a reason, and why she's all doting over it. So, yeah, I'll say that. But there's a lot in there that is really spot on. So many different scenes. And
I'm gonna shut up for a minute because we got to get through some of these comments.
Yeah, we have. We better get on.
And I reckon we're 2 hours behind, and we've got about an hour left or something.
Right, go on then. I'll get moving. I'm sorry about this. I will get. I have Armageddon, but it's not double-sided. It's a 2-disc DVD set. All right. Tony says, Charles, yes, you're quite right. I'd never considered that. Jamie says, get Seven Samurai. Watch Del. There you are. You've been given the orders now. 3 hours flies by.
I am watching it. I am watching it Thursday or Friday, my fellas. So
we'll look forward to your opinions in your blog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jamie says, I'm going to do my 2-month movie haul video this Saturday. So keep an eye out for it. So everybody keep an eye out. 2 months.
Is that some sort of like joke or something? Because he just told you what's the scariest part about The Eye, and you just said keep my eye out.
Oh yeah,
I've got to pull my eye out. Look, Saturday. I got my eye out. Look.
Oh dear. What can I say? Anyway, go and check Muckman's.
A 2 month movie haul is probably about 5. Right. It's probably about 5 films. Oh, and it take me about 5 minutes to watch it.
Ada, how come you've not seen Ian's review of The Eye? I thought it premieres on the 1st of December. Are you a Patreon subscriber? A Patreon? Are you having a laugh? That's what
I didn't say I've seen it, did I? Yeah. I didn't say I've seen it. I said I've written it down, that the stuff that came out.
It's not out yet.
I don't think I said I'd seen it. I think I've written it down in my blog and said.
I think it's Monday. I think it comes up on channel because Saturday's the Charles Bronson one. Stephen Moore says, I enjoyed V for Vendetta like an updated version of Guy Fawkes. Yeah,
it is.
Rich Brown, Rose McGowan was the best bit about Charmed.
If there was a good best bit.
I don't remember much about Charmed at all. My partner was a Charmed watcher. I've never watched it. My Alicia Milano was done fine.
That's what my sister, when she was watching it, she always said the girls are stunning in it. And they are. But I couldn't stand watching it. I'll tell you, I was going, what's this shit? Next.
Tony says, watched for the first time this week the Asphyx 972 with Robert Powell. Not brilliant in my opinion, but worth a watch. Yeah, that pops up on TV quite a bit.
Now I have to turn around and say there's 2 versions of the Asphyx in this country, right? There is a long version that you can only get from America, and there is a short version that you can get on Blu-ray. I remember buying this for a few friends, the Asphyx, because it's one of my most remembered horror films as a kiddie. I always liked it. It's Powell. What is his name? So Powell, he plays
Robert
Jesus.
Powell.
Robert Powell.
Yeah.
The idea that you can trap the soul before you die was which I thought was absolutely brilliant, using these blue crystals. I just thought it was filmed just like a Hammer horror, even though it's not a Hammer horror. It's just one of those films that I suppose I watched with rose tinted spectacles. But I loved it. Loved it as a kid. Love it now.
Yeah,
brilliant. But there are two versions, a long one and a short one.
Right. Simmons, I like the TV series Grimm. Great show. If you haven't seen it, I've heard of people say that, but never seen it. But I've heard it.
Oh, I can send the lot to you.
And Tony says, if Babylon 5 is expensive, the Spirit Entertainment re-release of the complete 7 series of omnibuses will seem even more so at £50 to DVD. Omnibuses.
Well, you can get the Blu-ray editions of all the films for about £50 as well, and some people say that's expensive. But when you consider that, sometimes you buy 3 films and it costs you £35. To be quite honest, to have those on Blu-ray, they really are looking spectacular.
Yeah,
£50, I think, is just £10 too much. So
yeah. Simrose, it also goes how bad you want it. Yeah. Like for me, I would buy Babylon 5 and Buck Rogers because I love sci-fi and not think of the price. No, I think that's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It all depends on what you want.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've got Buck Rogers on Blu-ray.
Yeah. Yeah. Steve's Gaming, if we didn't have the Babylon 5 already, it would be a buy for sure. But when you have the complete Babylon 5 on DVD, like 70 discs, it's a bit of a stretch to drop £50 to shift to Blu-ray. I do get you a bit on that because I've got the same. And I've got the spin-off series as well.
I'll tell you what I would do. I would tell you what I would do in Steve's situation, right? First of all, I would scour to find out what you get for £50 in the Blu-ray editions, because I remember buying those Babylon 5s on DVDs. They were all small, thin slip cases that slotted into a cardboard box that when you put it on, it said Babylon 5 along the edge, right? Looked marvelous, right? And that's why 70 discs makes it look really, really nice. But if every extra and every episode is £50 on Blu-ray, then A, you're saving shelf space. B, you've got all the extras as well. And C, if it's as good a quality, as the DVDs, it's not too bad, £50 for 70 when you consider how many episodes you're getting.
Yeah.
It is down to what you want. I doubt that the quality is any better, to be quite honest. Babylon 5 was a pure video, cheap science fiction show when it came out and shown on TV. Even though I loved it, I loved the makeup. Yeah. The writer, by the way, of Babylon 5 wrote Spider-Man as a comic. So I've got to turn around. It's Straczynski, his name.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Absolutely a spot-on writer. So I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm just turning around and saying, look, you've got to turn around and say, can I sell my CD, my DVDs of them to fund the Blu-ray of it? If all the extras are the same, and it's £50, you got it in a smaller box set. Hey, not only are you clearing some space out, you've got all the same stuff, and all you did was pay £50 and you sold the stuff on CD down at Kex for £3, whatever, a pop. And at the end of the day, it took it away. It knocked it down to £40. And you just look at it like that. Really, it's personally me. I've still got all my DVDs, and I never pulled out for the Blu-ray. I couldn't give a shit. But
also, there is. I can see my collection of Babylon 5. There's 2 separate ones at the beginning I've got here, which I think is the pilot episode, the original one.
Yeah, they did some film.
And then there's another one they did with Sinclair in his early days. And then if you go on that, they did 1, 2, 3. They did another 3 movies connected with Babylon 5.
And if that is all on Blu-ray in that box set.
Yeah, but it's not.
That's what I mean. But it does say complete, though. You see.
Yeah, there was a bit of a gap and they did like a few short stories, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then and then there's the sort of pilot episode to a series that never developed. That's with, is it Jakar in that one?
Yeah.
Or the
But we'll
other
have to move on though, won't we?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if it does include films and spot-offs that split away from the Babylon 5 and it's 50 quid, I'd turn around and say that's a pretty good bargain.
Yeah. If it included all those things, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Tony says Spearhead from Space is already available on Blu-ray. Yeah, I've got that. That should make it easier to prepare for a season 7.
Well, yeah, I bought it on Steelbook, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Stephen Moll says that 30th anniversary of Space Precinct on Blu-ray for 60 quid looks good. Going to be my next purchase. I quite enjoyed that series. I don't think that's
why that's what I was saying. I said I balked at the price. I went $59.99.
Yeah.
2 seasons of something that I sort of like. I think I'd left school and I was going to work.
Yeah,
rightly. And it was a children's sort of like program, really.
I've got some DVDs on it.
I probably will take a punt for it. It's just that,
I think it looks all right. I enjoyed it, as I remember.
It's just I'm still missing other Jerry Anderson stuff on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So, you know, I might buy those first.
Yeah. Steve's Gaming, Randall and Opker, Blu-ray, 125, just sod off.
And I answered that one already.
Steve's Gaming, thanks, Del. Randall and Opkirk Deceased, the complete series, Blu-ray, £54.11 on Amazon right now.
That's right. Jim Jam always goes to HMV, and I'm pretty sure he's seen on the back $59.99, $54.11 sounds about right to undercut HMV.
That sounds a bit better than.
I do know that it was on network, and I don't think it's been out on that silver label, that gold label, gold, whatever it's called yet. But it might be. Randall and Hopkirk would be one of the first things that I'd pick up as an upgrade.
Yeah.
If I had a Blu-ray player, I'd go straight to I'm buying Randall and Hopkirk.
Yeah. Which £54, I suppose, isn't bad.
Well, really? Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty good.
Again, it's how popular the program is. To me, I can watch that over and over again and never get bored. But I love the soundtrack to it. I love everything about it. It's just that at the end of the day, it's what you're prepared to pay. £54.11.
Yeah,
I don't think that's too far away from what network initially. I think it came out as $49.99 when network.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Right?
Yeah.
I bought it I bought it at $49.99. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Right. Tony says, Steve, I would watch in case Spirit Entertainment re-release it. There's an entry on Amazon for £45, but with no firm release date. It says 2099. The DV set is due for re-release in February 2025.
I think he's talking about Babylon 5. Is he there? Or is he talking about Randall and Opkirk?
I don't know. Do you? Steve, I'm just looking. I think he might be talking about Randall and Opkirk.
You see, because he says, look, I should watch in case Spirit Entertainment re-release it. Spirit Entertainment never released Randall and Opkirk.
Yeah,
it was Network that released Randall.
I don't know what it is, but I think
I think Spirit Entertainment released Babylon 5.
Oh right. Oh well, it might be that then. Yeah.
It's just I mean, if I go over to my Randall and Opkirk, I'm pretty sure it's a network release.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's a network release. But then what you have to understand here is that because it's difficult to talk about based on the close proximity of Babylon 5 and Randall and Hopkirk, is that where was I going with this? They're two old shows and they're both on Blu-ray, and Randall and Hopkirk is being re-released on the gold label thing, as far as I know. So you know, I'm pretty sure he'll tell us in a minute in the text and stuff. So.
Yeah. So Weibo says Jodie Foster was in Contact. Yeah, Arrival was the Ginger Air Girls from Nocturnal Animals.
Yeah. Remember, I was getting confused, but it's basically the science.
Jodie Foster was in Contact, Richard says, yeah. Amy Adams was in Arrival. Yeah. Steve Wells says, I own the Spanish Blu-ray of Salute of the Jugger. Oh, yeah, that's that one right at the beginning we were on about.
Yeah.
I swear to this day, in 1982, the Tyneside Cinema in Newcastle had a Doctor Who weekend. And I remember an old chap was showing 10th Planet episode 4 back then. We didn't know about missing things. Really?
Well, if he did, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Well, there's always a lot of rumors about that.
Everybody wants 10th Planet episode 4. Everybody wants it. If somebody knew that at that cinema that was, they'd trace his name, they'd go back to his address, they'd hound his family. It's a shame that nobody's got bloody probably HR records back in 1982 to try and track this guy down.
I thought in 1982 people were starting to become aware of the missing episodes as well.
Oh, you have to think back to when did BBC Enterprises start releasing the VHSs of Doctor Who? I'm pretty sure it was 84.
I just feel because I don't know. Because that's Peter Davison era, isn't it? And I remember Doctor Who magazine, and then you were getting lists about missing episodes.
Because remember, 82, the video recorder inside homes was still quite rare.
It was rare. It was very expensive, wasn't it?
I say 84 as an easy bet.
Yeah.
Because 84 is the time because Blockbusters is 85, right?
Yeah.
85 and above. 84 is the year of the sell-through. 83 is still rental in private, sort of like little stores.
Yeah. That's right. I remember.
I think those Tom Baker ones with the photos of robots of death and that, they're 84. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, they are. No, I remember when I did review, those first VHS sell-throughs were about what you said, about 84.
I think they're 84.
Then they improved a bit on them. I think the very first one released was the 5 Doctors, but it was in a very edited version, really edited.
Yeah.
It was something to do with children in need, as I remember. But that is interesting, though. 1982 at Tyneside Cinema. That is interesting.
Yeah.
No worries, Del. Just making you aware, matey, as you would say.
Yeah, like I said, I'm so sorry if I get things wrong. I'm telling you now, I think Jim Jam's probably screaming, saying, yes, spirit that's bringing out and all this sort of stuff.
He said, I was wanting clarity through, as the aliens in Arrival were pretty cool. I'm not sure we saw aliens in Contact, but there was some cool CGI.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at there was they finally made contact. They showed this super sort of like graphic scene where it sort of like rushes like at light speed. You saw this alien landscape is what I'm trying to remember of the Contact. It's not necessarily did they speak, whether you saw them. You saw where the pinpoint of the galaxy that this aerial was pointing at, if I remember rightly, and managed to. It's a long time since I've seen it, but I just remember the last 20 minutes of that had some special effects, and they were special.
Yeah.
When you consider the front of the box was just a picture of Jodie Foster crouching down in front of a bloody satellite dish.
Yes.
It certainly was better than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to go and see it now.
Yeah. Well, there you are. Tony York, thanks. That's the beginning.
Don't say thanks to that bastard. Right. Anyway, carry on.
Was it meant raise in Contact? There you are. So, Contact. Tony York says Steve. Thumbs up. Richard Brown Manta. Stephen Moles.
That's what Vauxhall came out with, isn't it? A Vauxhall Manta.
I watched The Arrival starring Charlie Sheen. It was awful. I liked Arrival and Contact. Charlie Sheen, yes.
I didn't actually even mention. I said that there was a film that was like Arrival that had triangles and everything going down, and then I said actually there was a film which had Jodie Foster, which was about, it's just like I got the names mixed up.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't trying to tie the two together. They're two totally different films.
Mockman says, I think you got the right film, Del. You mentioned Communicating with Circles, which is Arrival, just wrong actress.
I don't know. All I remember is it is Jodie Foster in about communicating with aliens, and she did pick up something in a distant galaxy and managed to.
In Arrival, the aliens were octopus type things from memory.
And it's literally only a film from about 6 years ago. Arrival. I wasn't talking about that.
I don't remember Aliens in Contact, but as I said, it's been a while since I've seen it.
And right at the end. It's right at the end when they finally do make contact.
Life was a good movie, and Passengers and Ad Astra.
Well, Life has got that Stu Gyllenhaal bloke, and it's got that alien life form that basically then grows and grows and grows, and it sort of like attacks them. And it's like the Blob.
Yeah.
They were in a space station with protection gloves. I remember that. They found this new organism. It pierced the rubber, went into them, and it sort of like started eating their blood and taking over their form. All sorts of stuff. I remember Life very well. It's got Gyllenhaal, that bloke who plays Mysterio. Passengers we've all talked about just now. Ad Astra. Ad Astra's a great film. I've got that as a steel book.
All right. Stephen Moles, Mission to Mars and Red Planet were good.
Those two films came out the same year, didn't they? They were vying for which one was going to win, wasn't it? One was, what's his name? Val Kilmer?
Yes, yeah.
I knew that. I don't know which one won the war, Mission to Mars or Red Planet. I think I liked Red Planet more. Can't remember, though. It must be a bloody long time for all that.
Years ago. Spear was interesting.
That's got
Sharon Stone, isn't it? In that one,
it's Sharon Stone, and it's got from it's got The Graduate. What's his name?
Dustin Hoffman.
And it's got Samuel L. Jackson in it. Has it?
Oh wow, that's a good cast, isn't it? Yeah, I've not seen it.
It's an underwater. Isn't it an underwater?
Yeah,
film?
I think it's underwater. I think it is. Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah.
And then Jamie Lee Curtis in the same year, I think, came out with a film called Virus.
Yes, I've heard that one.
Which was underwater as well, I think, at the same sort of time. And they went, which one wins, Virus or Sphere? And I think Sphere won.
Yeah.
Virus was pretty dire.
It's funny because nobody's talked about Spear as much nowadays. It was all about that other one. It's just gone out of my mind. The one that got censored over here. You remember the release on the 4K?
Abyss.
Sorry?
The Abyss.
That's it, yeah. Abyss. Yeah, that always gets mentioned.
Yeah, it's because of the rat. It's the rat scene, that's all.
Yeah.
We've got a law that basically says that you can't show distress in animals, and it's been there since it's been actually there from the 60s, 70s.
Yeah.
It's actually, that's not going to go away. That's the trouble.
No. Everybody just imported it anyhow. So, but a Spear never.
Yeah, I imported it. Funnily enough.
Yeah. I've also heard people theorizing the war chief could be the master. Phil Maddox, that's it. Yeah. Doctor Who and Dad's Army, yeah, that's going back as I remember. Yeah,
remember we were talking about.
He appeared in a lot of Doctor Who.
We've already mentioned about the War Chief and the Master. I've always said that I'd like to keep it separate, but you never know.
Yeah. Del Ian, have you watched the new Blake 7 episodes with the new graphics turned on? If so, what did you think? Personally, I thought they looked awesome. I
Now,
liked it.
remember when I first reviewed Blake 7, I mentioned this to Steve. I said, look, if you want to look at what has been upscaled in this Blu-ray box set, there is the prison ship at the end of episode 1 that takes off, right? That has got no old optical effects in it at all, because they've done all the miniatures again and they've refilmed them. So that would be true Blu-ray image, no upscale, no nothing. It's brand new 4K. It will look incredible. It's when you've got an optical effect, an old one, and you've got to put a new one over the top of it, that's going to still show sort of how old it is, because you can't help but for that to happen, because it's video. So I already answered this a long time back. Just go to the end of episode 1, look at the prison ship taking off, compare that with the miniature ship that was in the original one.
Yeah,
there you go. There's the difference between Blu-ray and an upscale of DVD. And then the second episode showed, if I remember rightly, the umbilical cord that went out so that they could board the Liberator, and it looked like a piece of rubber tubing in the original one, and it looks like a CG proper umbilical cord going out to the Liberator in the remade one.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Oh, Ruth Maddox's husband. I didn't know that. Yeah.
He married that battle axe.
Yeah.
I'm only joking.
She's not with us now. She's died, hasn't she?
Yeah, Heidi High. I mean, my God.
Yeah, that's right.
Underrated actresses.
Steve's Gaming episodes. Damn it! Why can't you edit?
Yeah, why can't you edit a text in these things? Yeah, really awful.
I liked Matthew Broderick in War Games. Yeah.
War Games is one of my favorite 80s films, with Professor Falconer, and Joshua was the lad's name, if I remember rightly.
It's a film of its time. It's really good.
It's the futility of war. Tic-tac-toe. Everybody is a draw. Everything is a draw. Nobody wins. Yeah. That's what War Games is.
Yeah. Richard Brown says prefer Ali Sheedy.
She was in that, weren't she? Ali Sheedy with Morgan.
Yeah. Phil Maddock was in UFO too. Oh, fantastic!
How many episodes was she in that? I don't remember her being in that.
Phil Maddock.
Welsh accent, isn't she?
He was all over TV. He was just one of those.
Oh, Philip! I was thinking about Ruth Maddock.
No, Philip Maddock. He was one of those faces that just popped up everywhere.
No, I remember Philip Maddock. I thought it said Ruth Maddock was in UFO. I don't remember her in it. I don't remember her digging the dog saying ID high at the UFO interceptors to take off. No, I don't remember any of that.
I think last time I saw Ruth Maddox, I think it was in Little Britain. She was in Little Britain. I think yeah. Wedlock, A Breed Apart, Flesh and Blood are good Rutger Hauer movies. There you are.
Nobody mentions
Lady with a shotgun.
Nobody mentions Lady Hawk for Rutger Hauer. I like.
Lady Hawk. Yeah.
That has Matthew Broderick in it as well, just as a segue.
Yeah.
And it's Alan Parsons' project who wrote the music. Well,
yeah. Ian, the Doctor Who actor was called Maddox. Del was right. He starred with Peter Cushion's Doctor Who Daleks movie. Yeah, he was the traitor, wasn't he? He gave it.
They blew him up in a shed. Didn't they blow him up in a shed? All the Daleks.
Yeah, they did. They got their own back, even though he was a traitor.
My memory's not bad. I can remember that. Go on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember Phil Maddock playing the title role in The Life and Times of David Lloyd George TV series with the Morricone theme.
Morricone theme. It did have a Morricone theme. Yeah, it's on a record of famous Morricone TV themes. That's what I know. I haven't seen the TV program at all. I've only got the score. The main theme.
Yeah.
It's on a record that my dad gave me when I was starting.
That would have been quite a TV series, quite a history, that, because he lived to quite an old age, did Lloyd George.
What did David Lloyd George do?
Well, he was the Prime Minister, but
of course he was. Yes.
Don't forget, he was the Prime Minister that goes to right back with Gladstone and all that era. He was in the Victorian era, and then, of course, in the First World War.
That's why I remember it. The first,
and First World War, he was really old. I mean,
it's not why I remembered him, because I didn't remember him.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I remember him now, and yes, it was the first. It was before the First World War and the Boer War, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Boer War and and all of that Indian stuff.
Yeah. He was like the sort of after Gladstone and Disraeli were the great 19th century politicians, and Gladstone was really old, and Lloyd George followed him into Liberal Party leadership after that, as far as I remember. He was a great leader for Liberal Party. Michael's Movie Corner. So I do own War Games on DVD, but I'll hold off watching it till sometime after I watch the new cut of it. I do love the second Doctor from what I have seen of him. The Mind Robber, it was the first full, I suppose that's full 1 and 2. First full one that I had watched. Oh, right. Well, I hope you really enjoy it. Go out and watch this new one. Yeah.
Yeah, The Dominators isn't very good. Mind Robber's not bad. The one about the Ice Warriors and the Transmat, which is in the last season.
Oh, that was not bad. People say it drags on a bit. Yeah.
We all know about the Cybermen, the Tomb of
the Cybermen. I don't know if Michael that. Tomb of the Cyberman is a must.
Yeah, that's brilliant. The Invasion. The Invasion is good.
Yeah, the Invasion, of course. It's not complete, the Invasion, but most of it's there.
There's the Moon Base, which although it's one that you do have to watch a little bit of animation, is a fantastic one.
Yeah.
I really do like that one, because Jamie wasn't even going to be in there. They actually had to write him in and put him on a fairly sick, because he was actually he was written out of the Highlanders, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
So you are looking back a little bit far with that, but
But I do.
What ones I'd watch are things like, like the Web Planet, is it?
Oh, that's Patrick Trout. Not Patrick Trout. That's Hartnell.
No, the one with the Yeti and the
Oh, the Yeti ones.
The
Web of Fear. That one's complete apart from one episode, which
I reckon that's around that one.
Because didn't they announce they had it all? And then suddenly, there's one episode missing, and it's the one with the Brigadier's first appearance.
We'll have to move on, but that I think, when they announced that those two had been found, it was the Web of Fear, like the Web of what you just said. Like Web of Fear, and it was the something of the world, isn't it?
It's where he plays two characters.
Yeah, he plays Al Castro.
Same characters.
When they mentioned the two, I was more excited about the Yeti one than I was the other one.
I think more people were not as excited by the last. Is it the last man in the world?
All of that Spanish Castro, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, people weren't excited. That's right. He plays two characters, and
at the end of the day, he plays those two characters really well. It's just I really, really wanted to see the TARDIS covered with cobwebs and all of this sort of stuff, and the Yeti, and I wanted the underground. I wanted to look at the underground because I knew it was going to be
annoying that episode disappeared. But it seems weird why it suddenly disappeared one episode. Anyway, we better get on. You're right. And Rutger Hauer movie that rarely gets mentioned, Crossworlds.
Yeah.
Michael's movie calls. Also, Del, I have a playlist for all my Doctor Who videos around 80 plus, as well as a playlist for all the Star Treks I have reviewed, again, about 80 plus. Oh, yeah, that's from his channel. Yeah, go and check him out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know how
yeah,
how big I am of Star Trek
yeah,
and Doctor
yeah.
Who.
He's, I say he's young and he's experiencing Doctor Who and Star Trek. I think his experiences is of New Who, so he's starting to get into classic Who now. I think he said Tom Baker was his favourite Doctor.
So when he's doing Star Trek, is it the old stuff or the new stuff?
Yeah, I think he said Tom Baker was his favourite Doctor. So he must have seen perhaps some Tom Baker.
Star Trek. Which one?
And Star Trek is into Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah, new or old?
Oh, I think he's all Star Trek, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. It's discovered the original series. Yeah, he talks about that.
Did you send him the web link to that unification? That 7.4 blah 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 blah.
What is it? Oh, I was going to say. I've forgotten now. I think his favorite series was Voyager, so he started from that sort of generation, and I think he's watched sort of a lot of repeats of the Next Generation, and then obviously I think he's got into original series. So it's great to see somebody discovering Star Trek, really.
Yeah, but did you send him the link to the unification short that I sent you?
No, I didn't know.
You might want to do that, being as you know him better than I do.
Yeah. That with Kirk, from the films. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Yes, I've put it in my playlist. Yeah. Steve Moles, I love all three Lost Boys. Not much of a fan of Near Dark. Yeah, everybody's different. Yeah,
everybody's different.
Yeah. Okay, gents, I need to sleep. We'll watch this on the replay at some point. Have a good evening, all. Thank you, Weebob. You're fast asleep now, but thank you.
I'll be getting some sleep very shortly.
Yeah. Steve Moles, Vamp with Grace Jones is a good vampire movie.
I watched that. I remember it. I don't remember it being good. I remember it was all right.
Grace Jones she's an interesting character.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like Eddie Murphy in Vampire in Brooklyn. You know, I look at it like that.
Yeah. But what about in the James Bond film that she's in? I don't know which one it is.
Well, I just turned around and said, I just thought Roger Moore was going down a few pegs in quality when he went to bed with her. Was her name Mayday? Is that what her name? Was that her name? Mayday. It was, wasn't it? Mayday.
Oh, yeah, it could be. Yeah, I can't remember.
She got blown up because she was holding on to a bomb that was in the middle of the camera.
It was getting a bit. Tony says, I had the Shadow Control truck with UFO interceptor. Yeah,
I had both.
Yeah. Tony, Stanley Unwin, Gobbledygook.
Yeah, that was that priest thing from.
Yeah, Stanley Unwin. Steve's Gaming, I had an interceptor and mobile too also. No idea why they were both green. The interceptor should be white and the mobile silver.
Yeah, I had a brown one.
Yeah.
Mine was brown.
Stephen Moles, Sundown, the Vampire in Retreat, starring David Carradine, The Lair of the White Worm. I've heard of that one, starring Peter.
I've told you about the Lair of the. I've told you about the Lair of the White Worm.
Yeah, and The Hunger, starring David Bowie. Are good vampire movies as well. Yeah, I love The Hunger.
The Hunger with David Bowie made Ridley Scott make The Hunger as a TV series, and both were panned.
Yeah.
Is
that out on DVD?
It did get a second season, the Hunger, if I remember rightly.
Has that had a DVD release?
The Hunger, it did do.
TV series, yeah.
Yeah, it did do. DVD back in the day. Don't know whether you can get it now. That's well out of print.
Yeah. This is what happens with TV series, as they They soon go out of print,
Yeah.
don't they? Really?
I remember renting those from. Do you remember when W.H. Smith used to send stuff through the post to you?
Yeah, I never did that, but yeah, I do remember.
I did. I rented them. I rented them, recorded them, and sent them back.
Yeah, yeah. It's very canny.
I had a DVD burner. I was getting.
You're not wasting any money, man. Hey, my heck, I'll get my money back. 30 Days of Nights is a good vampire novel. Yeah,
certainly is.
Mentioned a lot, that one. Tony, I must get around to The Hunger. Love Karen Deneuve. Oh God, in that film, she is hot. I'll just say that she makes the film for me. She's so,
I like anthology films anyway. So.
Yeah, but look, Catherine Deneuve. Oh, in Hunger. What can I say?
I'll bloody send you some bloody prune juice or something.
And Walkman movies, I like that one. The second one was trash.
Yeah.
The Count Yorga movies are good as well. They're coming out, and the Blackula films as well. Yeah, Count Yorga's out. I don't know when it's out, but it must be fairly soon. I keep seeing it publicized a lot. Tony Hawk, I have both Blackula films still to watch. Mainly got them. I've still got Pam Grier is one. I'm on board.
I've still got to replace my Dr. Fives films. I remember I told you I said one of the discs has got a scratch all the way through it.
Indicator do them, yeah.
Yeah, I need to get mine replaced.
I didn't know Pam Grier was in Blackula films. Well, I like Pam Grier's worth any watch.
She got about a bit.
Oh, she did. I wish she got. Anyhow, well, there's less about that one. I love The Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. Shame Christopher Lee wasn't in it because the guy who plays Dracula is shy. I think most people would absolutely agree 100% with that about the Dracula. What on earth were they doing? Danny says, Watch It Down 2018 drama, 1 season. So that must be what you mentioned.
No, it's not.
Oh, isn't it different?
Mine was a one-off special. Hang on.
Right.
Watership Down remake.
I don't remember that at all, do you? Having a season.
Oh, it's got here, look, Watership Down 2018 drama, 1 season, but it's 1 episode.
All right.
Right. It's a TV miniseries. They are.
It's a good way of miniseries. They love doing that. Yeah. There's
2 episodes.
That's right. That's why it's obviously a miniseries.
Right. But at the end of the day, it was shown over Christmas, and I watched it, and I went, bag of shit.
Yeah. So out of the Christopher Lee Dracula movies, my favorites are Horror of Dracula, aka Dracula, excellent. Dracula Prince of Darkness, that was the 66 reboot sort of Dracula, which they did. And Scars of Dracula always comes up. As for the rest, I'm not a fan. Oh well, everybody's got their own tastes on that. I love Taste the Blood of Dracula. I think it's great. But they're all good. They're all good.
When it comes to Christopher Lee as Dracula, and it's 7 films for Hammer, I think he did. I've always turned around and said, I will always love the ones that are set in 18th, 19th century first.
Yeah.
When it comes to the modern ones and you get to the taste, you get the scars.
No, Taste the Blood of Dracula's Victorian.
Yes, I'm talking about Dracula AD 72 and all of this.
I don't mind that. I know you don't.
They're all right, but they don't feel that fuzzy feeling of Christopher Lee in Romania and all that sort of stuff. I preferred all that. I love it when he's on the ice and they crack the ice and he's there trying to balance on top of the ice and all of this and the skeleton that he turns into with the light and all of it. All of that filled me with, that's Dracula that I know.
That's what Hammer is, a lot of people, and it always will be quite rightly.
Big busted women with powder put on their neck to show how white they are, and then the blood trickling down doesn't really do it.
It's great. You can't beat it, can you? It's wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, especially if it's Ingrid Pitt. I could watch Ingrid Pitt all day as well in those Dracula films. Countess Dracula, what a film. Fatal Beauty was Tom Holland, I think, the man who did Fright Night and Child's Play. Ah, right, yeah, he wrote.
I don't think Tom Holland was in Child's Play, was he?
No, it's the director or writer of those stories.
Tom Holland, who plays.
No. I'm sure I'm sure it's a director.
Oh, I see.
Not Tom Holland.
I was going to say Fatal Beauty is that.
Yeah, because Fright Night. Yeah, it is. He's the director, and yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
I've got a controversial thing to say. Everybody points out that say Fright Night is perhaps one of the best vampire horror films. I don't necessarily think it is. I think Hammer.
Anyway, where are we? What time are we up to?
But I won't go on about that controversial opinion. It is a good film.
We are an hour and 40 behind. I don't think we're going to get to the end.
We'll move through quicker then. Stanley Unwin, I think he's called The Secret Service.
Service,
that's it. So I think ITV we've quickly gone through that one. Blue Steel was Jamie Lee Curtis movie starring the bad guy from Time Cop.
Which I mentioned, Blue Steel, yeah.
Tony Hawk, I know they get a lot of critics, but I enjoy Dracula AD 72 and Satanic Rites, mainly for the contemporary setting as a variation of usual Gothic style. Totally agree with you. No UK release of Night Hawks, unfortunately. Stephen says, Muckman Movies, there is a 2-disc Blu-ray from Germany and 5 different cover variant media books as well. There you are. So a lot of that. Good vampire film starring Tilda Swinton and Tom Hiddleston is Only Lovers Left Alive. It was so much better than I was expecting. But it should be good. Tilda's in it. You're a big fan. I'm wary of German releases because they often have forced German subtitles when you select English. Oh, not good. See, Muckman News, yes, but you can switch all that off. I must own around 100 German Blu-rays and never had any problems. Tony York, I have quite a few spaghetti Western German releases. Don't remember any with forced German titles. Gregory Hines died in 2003. You mentioned you hadn't heard much about him. It's quite a while ago. I've had a couple of German Blu-rays where I couldn't turn off the German sub. Oh, that is bad if you can't do that. I need to get the Blu-ray of No Escape starring Ray Loretta because the UK DV is shite. It's full screen, not widescreen. Muckman says, Hard Times is a great Bronson film, all starring James Coburn and Jill Ireland, directed by Walter Hill. Oh, right. Yeah. Simos, I have around 50 DVDs, but eventually I will have upgraded to Blu-ray. What was
when you get rid of
Umbrella release of No Escape?
When you get rid of those DVDs, I'll tell you my address.
I've got an Umbrella release of No Escape, great sci-fi prison movie. All right. A Bronson film you probably like, Ian, is one with James Mason. I'm in as a baddie. Cold Sweat, 1970. Maybe a bit difficult to get hold of. I've got a foreign DVD. It's one of them that's difficult to get hold of. Muckman Movies, I think there's a Screen Factory release as well on 4K and Blu-ray. Right. Pop Quiz Hot Shots. What was the alternative US title of No Escape, No Cheating? I've no idea. Have you any ideas, Delboy? No. I'm sure you'll come up with an answer. Sorry, Jamie. Simos, The White Buffalo, Chato's Land, Death Hunt, From Noon Till 3, Villa Rides, Messenger of Death. You Can't Win 'Em All, The Evil That Men Do, Guns for San Sebastian, a good Bronson movie. There's quite a big lot of his films, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a big catalogue, I think. I'll never watch a Western in the same way again.
No, I dare say you won't.
We've got 52 weeks of Del Block sadness. Oh, dear.
I bet. Look,
Yeah.
not my fault that there's so much sadness in my blogs, but basically, there is. I've always turned around and said in my blog, right? You can usually tell by the snapshot, right? That you do. If I've got a beard, it means I couldn't be bothered to shave. So basically, I'm a bit miserable, right? And if you see me shaved, then basically I cared. So basically, I might be smiley in that one. It does fall into that trap, you know. Where you tend to find that if you're miserable, you just don't care what you look like.
No,
you just don't care.
No, or if you get old, like me, you don't even bother.
Oh no, I mean you could be an old, you could be an old fossil like you. You know,
you don't care about how you look. Do you on Japanese films, Ian? All right, okay, thank you, Jamie. Stephen, there's a class selection nobody seems to mention. You can't win them all. Can't be many films set in the Turkish-Greek War. Blooming heck, I doubt if there is many films. It's quite an obscure war, that one. Though they never get on with each other, Turks and Greece. Always at Asian. I love Asian film. It's had an amazing decade of two where their stories were much more original and engaging than anything that came out of the US. And US would nick the stories and put them out. No, they did, didn't they? I mean, all these films have been nicked. Saying that, what a load of bollocks. There's been great Asian cinema since the 50s, Jamie says. If you want to check out all the Japanese stuff, I'd recommend Harry Carey, Onibaba, Swords of Doom, Yojimbo, Sanjuro, Ran, High and Low, and Kurenko. Crikey, there's a lot there. And then, speaking of Alistair MacLean, Puppet on a Chain. What a film. Watched Puppet on a Chain recently. First time. Good thriller. Didn't guess the real criminal mastermind until the reveal. It's a great story. And Patrick Allen is in that film. And that must be one of his later films. Because I'm sure he was doing the Barrett adverts then.
Yeah.
But it's a good film. Puppet on a Chain, highly recommended. This is another one called Fear is the Key as well, which is an Alistair MacLean story. So Jim Jam says, good evening, guys. Hello. Welcome.
Nice to see Jim Jam here.
Yes, at 10:35. That was 10:35. So Happy Spirits are releasing Tales of Unease. Oh, right. I think I've heard you mention that one on one of your videos.
It gets so confusing. Whenever anything was under network, it was brilliant. Then there was another company that was bringing them back out, which was this gold label.
Yeah.
And now it seems to be split into 2 or 3 companies.
Yeah, there's another one.
Spirit and gold. And I'm going, what's the point? Why is it being split into 2? Is it because one can't pick up all the others? Is it because one does science fiction, the other does horror? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know any logic behind it. Right. What's the next film you plan on watching?
Seven Samurai. Before Muckman beats me up.
Well, the films that come in the post I'm waiting for, and hopefully might be here tomorrow, which is I'm definitely interested in. So I'll just move on from that. Force 10 from Navarone and Ice Station Zebra are my favorite Alistair MacLean movies. Yeah. Again, great. I mean, I didn't realize he did so many great films.
I bought Ice Station Zebra at the same time as Fantastic Voyage.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about those 2 films?
Yes.
Well, that's when I ordered the Blu-ray of both.
Yeah. And I always remember it, as I say, because when he was Patrick McGowan was filming Ice Station Zebra, that's how they cleverly were able to take him out of the prisoner episodes and just stick another actor in. They were like that. It just added to the series.
I remember Ernest Borgnine more in that film, but there you are.
Oh, Ernest Borgnine. I just remember Patrick McGowan. And
Yeah,
a great film. I loved it. My mum, I remember, my dad took us all, and she hated it. She kept saying, "When's it finished? When's it finished? This film?"
Well, I mean, when I say Ernest Borgnine's the one I remember, you've got to remember there is what's his name, who's very big, Rock Hudson.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, my God, I suppose people still thought of him as not gay in that film.
Yeah. Oh, they wouldn't have known. No, nobody had any idea.
I think they were questioning it still in the Martian Chronicles. I think he only came out with it about what was it?
6 days before he died.
6 months before the end of his life, or something like that.
Yeah, it was. It was right just before he died. I think Ice Station Zebra. It's because there isn't a lot of sets. It's set inside this submarine, this claustrophobic atmosphere, and I think that's why. I said people probably like my mum just didn't like that the atmosphere of that kind of film. It was too claustrophobic. But it's a fat atmosphere. It's a great one. Tony says, "Evening, James. Do you plan on getting that Vincent Price cookie BFI release? We mentioned that earlier, didn't we?" No. Sorry. No.
Yeah, Vincent Price teaches you how to make a souffle.
Yeah. Oh dear, I wouldn't trust Vincent Price's cooking. What about in that horror film with the poodle? Yes.
Yeah, that's Theatre of Blood.
Don't mention Poodle Pie.
That's Theatre of Blood, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah. So I wouldn't go round to his house for a meal.
No.
Jim Jam says hi, Tony. Tales of Unease is worth getting, James. I have the network release. Spirit seem to be releasing lots of old network titles. Yeah, it does. It's a good title. The title Tales of Unease sounds quite interesting. Yeah. One Charles Bronson movie for Christmas. Yes. Virginia, there is a Santa Claus.
Is that what it's called? Bloody hell.
I've never heard of that one.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. That's a film name, is it?
Charles Bronson. Wow. Another favorite war movie. I love it. Oh yeah, Where Eagles Dare. And of course, written by Alistair MacLean.
Yeah,
it's an Alistair MacLean story. Wow. Eagles. Another here we have Anton Differing, German officer appearance. Of course, yeah, you've got to have him as the German. Yep, definitely, Tony. It's £10 Amazon. All right.
That's about the cookery thing, is it?
Yeah. Von Ryan's Express with Mr. Mafia himself, Frank Sinatra. Yeah, look, I love Von Ryan's Express.
Yeah. What's that other one? What's that other one? Which is a train one that's going across the ice, and they have to. It's on a collision course. It won't stop. There's a lot of those. Can't remember.
Yeah, there's a Horror Express on a train with Peter Cushing.
Yeah, we've talked about that one. We've talked about that. Yeah. Anyway, Del, RE Native American.
Here we are now. There's one for you. And Southern Jesses.
Don't know where he's getting that from. It has a ring to it over Northern Gits, I suppose.
Some sellers on eBay sell some of the Disney Club Blu-rays, but be prepared to pay £50 up for them.
Which won't be happening by me.
Yeah. No. I suppose again, if you wanted it, you might pay it. But I don't know. Del, my screen-bound Blu-ray of Asphyx is 87 minutes long.
Oh, it's very easy to find out which one you've got, the American or the British one. A, it's in NTSC. B, it's got both versions.
Yeah.
So you'll see the difference in time. So,
Charles says, "After go, guys. Super time, showtime." Thank you, Charles, for popping in and listening.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Moore says someone on eBay in Canada is selling The Black Hole on Blu-ray for £86.95 plus £20 41 postage. That is 20 quid is bad enough for postage.
Yeah, it's the way they make their money as well.
Yeah, that is awful, isn't it? Rip off. I was referring to R&H, Del.
Yeah, Randall and Hopkirk.
Yeah. I recently got something to do with The Saint plus the Val Kilmer movie from a seller on eBay for £50.
Oh, the Val Kilmer movie. I'd rather forget about that one.
Is that out of print then now? I've never seen it. The Val Kilmer.
It's just a bloody awful film.
I love Roger Moore too much to see.
It was just a bloody awful film.
Yeah. I couldn't see it. It's all Roger Moore.
He returned to The Saint in the 70s as a film, didn't he? He did one-off film of The Saint in 1971.
Oh, wow.
And it's not a TV episode either. It was an actual filmed
wow
for the cinema. You have a look for that. You have a look for that.
That was more interesting. Yeah. Spirit are releasing lots of old network titles in the next few months.
Yeah. Although when you consider Randall and Hopkirk is on Blu-ray and DVD, I wonder why they're doing the DVD one.
Yeah. Even through the die-cast car and annuals as well of The Saint.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I had the Saint car. I remember that definitely. It was quite a simple one, actually, of the white version. It was
the Ian Ogilvy one is a white Jag, isn't it?
Yeah, but this was the other. Oh, I don't know what.
Convertible.
About
it was a convertible. I know that. The Ian Ogilvy.
It was nice. It was a nice, simple car by Corgi. I remember. I loved it. That white Volvo car from The Saint. Great tongue-in-cheek series. A good practice for Roger Moore as Bond. Yeah, fantastic. Destined to be Bond, wasn't he? Really. Del just ordered Nighthawks on Amazon for £22.57. You bastard.
I did say that he can have my old DVD copy if he wanted it. He's gone for £22.52. I don't know. I will say this: I don't think he'll be disappointed. I will be upset if he is, because I don't like to lead people down the wrong, down the garden path.
Yeah.
But I told you the story of Nighthawks. My mate told me about it. I saw it. I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah. Tony says Persuaders DVD set re-released due February. Also, Saint Colour DVD set 9th of December, both from Spirit Entertainment. They're really knocking them out then now, aren't they?
Notice they're all DVD from Spirit.
Yeah, not doing the Blu-rays. Life is a great underrated sci-fi, very much like Ridley Scott's Alien. Great ending too.
Yeah, so remember I was telling you at that sound. Yeah, it is a brilliant film. It's not very long. Great film. It really is.
Yeah.
This little parasite is a right bastard.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't. James says Spears was pants. I don't know. I've never seen it.
The water one with Dustin.
Mimic was a good movie, but Mimic 2 and 3 were awful.
Yeah. I've actually got Mimic and not Mimic 2 and 3, believe it or not. Not Mimic.
I love the Relic. Oh, I do. I've got the Relic. Love the Relic.
I don't think I've got Relic.
Yeah, that's a museum one, isn't it? Lloyd George replaced, here we are, Herbert Asquith after World War I in 1916 as PM. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I knew you'd know.
Thanks for looking at Wiki, you cheating bastard. Thanks for looking at that one, Tony. Yeah, cheers. You lying, cheating bastard. Right, go on.
Stephen Walls. Series 1 and 2 are my favourite two. Natasha Etting, I can't say
Headstridge.
pure.
Oh, she's got her boobs out every second of that film. No wonder everybody likes that film. I mean, Jesus.
Oh yeah, here's the Patrick Troughton one that we couldn't remember.
Yeah, Enemy
of the World, set in a future Australia, mate. Yeah.
I'm sure his name was Castro or something in there. I don't know. I think it was like a
dictator,
like a
Castro.
Yeah. I didn't know it was an Australian dictator.
An Australian Castro. Interesting. Don't forget, it's the Vinegar Syndrome Black Friday sale in 2 days' time. Best time to pick up any Vinegar Syndrome. They have a good release of Roadhouse and Southern Comfort. Oh.
Yeah, great. Roadhouse. Yay.
Do you know Southern Comfort? Is that a good film? I've heard people mention that before.
I have to turn around and say I am not a fan of Roadhouse. Everybody keeps mentioning it, saying how good it is. He's a bodyguard. That's all I know. Patrick Swayze, not really.
What about Southern Comfort? Is that good?
I'm not sure. But the one thing I'll say about Vinegar Syndrome, bloody expensive.
Yeah.
And every time that I want to order from them, it costs a bloody fortune to have it sent over.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
It's like the minimum price is like $15 so you have to order like 3 or something.
I'm sure. Is it, when does he get inaugurated? In January? Is it? It'll be going up even more when Trump appears.
Those English bastards want some concessions with exporting and importing.
He's going to do us. Trump will definitely stick up the prices.
I mean, I've got one release from Vinegar Syndrome, and it's their deluxe copy of what's it called? Showgirls.
Yeah.
Showgirls is because it was the oh, for God's sake, Verhoeven, one of his films that is very badly reviewed. You know,
everybody likes it.
He's done Star
Wars. I love it.
And Total Recall and that. And Showgirls were just tits on in Las Vegas, but apparently it's incredible on 4K. So I was told if you're going to go for Vinegar Syndrome, get that one. So it was in the sale and I ordered it. I wasn't disappointed with the quality or anything, but it cost a fortune to get it across. I just went, I'm sorry, but I won't be ordering from you, Vinegar Syndrome, in any time soon. You just cost too much to send to them.
Is it Joel Schumacher or something? The director?
No, Verhoeven.
Oh, Verhoeven.
Who did Total Recall?
Yes.
RoboCop.
Which is what a different film to do.
Starship Troopers.
Verhoeven, yeah.
He did Showgirls, and
all these sales, but we're actually getting a bargain. I've seen where it'll say there's a big sale on. You look and you think, well, you've only taken a couple of quid off. You know, you want a genuine, proper sale. Vinegar Syndrome are overpriced usually, so it's definitely a good time to pick a few titles up on Friday. Quiz answer: Escape from Absalom. That when he did that quiz, and I've forgotten what the question was.
What the bloody question was now.
Sorry, Jamie. My brain's gone now. Which is a terrible title because it spoils the ending of the film. That is not a good idea. Imagine having Vincent Price guest appearance on a Keith Floyd cooking episode.
Keith Floyd was permanently pissed, wasn't he?
I've never watched any of those.
He tried to cook fish and he had red wine and he was just going, fish, nice. Olives all over the shop.
Was add alcohol to every dish. They were awash with it. There you are. So he says. Classic TV though, says Jamie. Definitely one of a kind guy. Tony Hawk, Wiki is not a sponsor. Yes.
Bloody well is. Cheating bastard.
Southern Comfort is great. Another Walter Hill film with an extremely intense finale. Oh, that's what I asked about, the Southern Comfort. Yeah.
Well, Walter Hill did some great films.
Yeah. Southern Comfort was a good watch, Tony says. Yeah. And we're at the end. Yeah, the last comment. I only own one VHS, a collection of 3 Spanish Giallo. And that's it, folks.
And my answer to that is, you can keep them, you bastard. I don't want them.
He's going for
You
another
don't want them. You can keep them, you git.
And Tony says, good night, all. Great entertainment. Good night. Thank you, Tony, for being here. And we're off now. And thank you, everybody. 10 people watching at the moment. So thank you, everyone who's watched. There's another comment come in. And adios, muchachos.
No, I've had an absolute fun. Tony, you're wonderful. McMahon, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Steve, you're a bastard.
Danny says, have a good one. Yeah, thank you, Danny, as always, for joining. So, Delboy, say your farewell.
So it's good night from me.
And it's good night from him.
Nearly worked. Salute, so he can do his bit. Go on, salute, right, go on.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. And